Chapter 456. The East Baron had the word barren in its name because it was vast and uninhabited. Some primitive areas had never been visited by anyone since ancient times. 6 million miles off. Damn dog, you must have done it on purpose. Two-Face shouted. They crossed the void and headed toward the Undying Mountain in the central region of the East Baron. However, they deviated 6 million miles and appeared in an uninhabited barren area. If they hadn't found half a stone tablet on a big mountain, they wouldn't have known where they were. This was a relic left by a great sect that had been destroyed in the past. It must have done it on purpose. How could it deviate 6 million miles? It wouldn't be so ridiculous even if it closed its eyes and carved patterns or opened a region gate. Li Heishui was also cursing. Ahem, humans can make mistakes and horses can stumble. It's just a coincidence. The big black dog coughed to hide his guilt. Dog, you're so cute. You're even more confused than Little Nan Nan. Little Nan Nan was cute and sympathetic. She was the only one who believed the big black dog. This was the big black dog's expression. He wanted to knock his head against the stone tablet. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear the word cute. If it were someone else, he would have bared his teeth. Cute Black Emperor, do you want to think of a way? We won't have to fly 6 million miles, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Woof. Dog, don't bite people. Little Nan Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She patted him lightly and looked up. We're not really going to the Undying Mountain. We're just pretending. I think you're going to find a divine medicine to prolong your life, the Black Emperor mumbled. But we still have to go around and pretend, Yi Fan said. This time, his main goal was to go to the Holy Cliff and find the third secret of the 9 secrets. I'm telling you, don't get close to the Undying Mountain. That place is very terrifying. The Undying Mountain was an important source of the great chaos that happened in the Dark Age, the Black Emperor warned. The saint physique of the Great Completion had taken a piece of the cliff from the Undying Mountain. When he was at his peak, nothing happened. However, in his later years, the Holy Cliff was stained with blood. Some people guessed that it was related to the Undying Mountain. Let's take a good look at the central region first. This is the birthplace of many ancient inheritances. It is said that it is also the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland's human race. There are many secrets here. The central region was the central region of the Eastern Barren region. It was a holy land that would last for eternity. Many great sects had established their sects there, and it was much more prosperous than the southern and northern regions. Zifu, Wind Clan, Daoist, 10,000 Beginnings, and other holy lands were all here. Hidden dragons and hibernating immortal phoenixes were gathered here, gathering the boundless beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. They had never declined throughout the ages, flourishing until now. In addition, the demon race had tens of thousands of ancient inheritances spread throughout the central region, all of which were created by the immortal demon race giants after the Dark Age war more than 100,000 years ago. From ancient times until now, even though they were part of the Yao race, they were born in human form. It could be said that they were innately powerful, forming all kinds of ancient Yao race families. As soon as Yi Fan and the others appeared in the central region, they were discovered. Many people revealed strange looks as they whispered to each other. The news that the divine physique had killed the saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains had spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland. Everyone knew that he didn't have much time left, and in his final days, he must not be provoked. Even though the Yin Yang sect was furious, they were in the wrong this time. They had robbed a genius child and were viewed as enemies by the sects in the Eastern Wasteland. Under the pressure of the great sage, they had to leave the Eastern Wasteland in the end. Of course, when they left, they still tried to cross the void and enter the forbidden area of the ancient barren region to pick the divine medicine. In the end, those who entered were like stones sinking into the ocean, never to be heard again. Yi Fan and the others entered an ancient city called Sky Gazing. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. The Black Emperor was like an old horse that knew the way. He went straight to a high platform in the city. I told you that the stupid dog deliberately deviated from the undying mountain. Otherwise, how could it have gone 6 million miles away? It clearly wants to enter the sky-gazing city, Li Heishui said. The ancient city was very vast. The central region wasn't a plaza, but a huge platform. At this moment, the sunset was sprinkling down, and the entire platform was flickering with red light. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The large black dog gazed at this high platform, and seemed to be filled with endless emotions. He said, in the past, a certain emperor often gazed at the boundless starry sky there. He would sit there for an entire night, but no matter how great a peerless genius was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time. Emperor Wu Shi. Yi Fan didn't need to think to know that the large black dog was definitely talking about Emperor Wu Shi. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there something special about this sky-gazing platform? A great emperor sat here for a long time, so perhaps there was something special about it. There's no need to think too much. That great emperor only cultivated there for a period of time, and didn't leave anything behind. The large black dog shook his head. This stone is a treasure. It has been more than 100,000 years, but it's still sparkling and translucent. Such a perfect high platform, why hasn't anyone moved it away? Tu Fei was a blabbermouth, and said whatever came to his mind. Many passers-by rolled their eyes at him, as if they were very dissatisfied with his words. This stone is very special. At night, it receives starlight and nourishes the entire ancient city, turning this place into a beautiful place. No one dares to destroy it, an old man said. Yi Fan's group was very eye-catching. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back like a cute little fairy, attracting attention wherever she went. Yi Fan didn't hide his true appearance, and a large black dog followed beside him, so people could immediately guess his background. They entered a restaurant that was close to the sky-gazing platform. Isn't that the Saint Physique? Why did he suddenly come to the central region? I heard long ago that his time is up, and rumor has it that he came to the undying mountain in the central region to find a chance to survive. He dares to enter that place? During the extremely chaotic Dark Age, everyone saw how terrifying it was. Even the old Saint Lord wasn't willing to enter the undying mountain in his old age. The business of the restaurants in the central region of the ancient city was naturally booming. There were many people entering and exiting, and many people looked over. Yi Fan and the others chose a private room, and when they opened the window, they just happened to be able to see the sky-gazing platform. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the stars were twinkling. They could see starlight flowing and sprinkling down on the city. The large black dog stretched out his neck and looked outside, paying attention to the sky-gazing platform as if he was waiting for something. At the same time, Pang Bo and the others discovered that there were many more people around the sky-gazing platform. The tea-houses and restaurants were packed. What's going on? Li Heishui was surprised. Dear customers, this is the annual sky-gazing day. The starlight is like water, and you will see a very beautiful scene. The people in this city are all used to it. Those who come here to watch are all foreigners who came because of its reputation. Could it be that you all didn't come here just for this? Yi Fan and the others were even more certain that everything was done on purpose by the large black dog. He came here to reminisce about the past. Wang. When the sky completely darkened, stars appeared in the sky, and large amounts of starlight like snow-white clouds could be seen, sprinkling down lightly. It was extremely beautiful, and the entire ancient city became holy and pure. This was especially so for the sky-gazing platform. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with an intoxicating brilliance. It attracted the stars and the moon, causing the entire city to be enshrouded in spiritual beauty. I'm already sick of seeing this once a year. Actually, it's nothing much. It's not like it's a real scene of ascension. It's just that the starlight is being guided here. Those old undyings just have to say that this is a place where the ancient emperors gazed at the distant star regions. They talk about it so mysteriously, but even they themselves can't explain it. They want us to come here every year to try our luck. This was a group of descendants from aristocratic clans. They entered a restaurant and chose a seat near the window, adjacent to the restaurant that Yi Fan and the others had chosen. They could see the situation here. Earlier, I heard someone say that the Saint Physique has entered the sky-gazing city. It's really him, someone said in a low voice. Feng Lin, that's your brother-in-law. Why aren't you going over to greet him? Someone laughed and teased. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get angry with you. I've long said that he has no relationship with my cousin. They aren't engaged at all, Feng Lin said in a heavy voice. It's not that I want to criticize your sister, but she's simply too arrogant. That's a Saint Physique who broke the curse, yet she didn't even place him in her eyes. This is good as well, my elder brother will have a chance. A young man laughed. Feng Lin said, don't say such things. Luckily, my cousin didn't choose. If not, he wouldn't have many days left to live. He would die very soon. Even if he broke the curse, what's the use? Their voices were very soft, almost inaudible. But how could someone as powerful as Yi Fan and the others not hear them? Since we came to the northern region, we most probably still have some relationship with the Wind Clan. Pang Bo laughed. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll personally pay them a visit and return the 1.5 million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It's impossible even if I don't want to get involved. I've just arrived here and I already heard such discussions. Speaking of which, half a year is almost up. If they see that you don't die, I wonder what expression they will have. It'll definitely be very interesting, hee hee. Li Heishui laughed. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Many people in the tea houses and restaurants rushed out, all of them looking up at the sky. A rare treasure. A rare treasure that flew down from the heavens. That's right, it rushed down from the starry sky. Many people cried out in shock. They were all cultivators, so their eyesight was naturally very strong. They personally saw a glowing object falling down from the sky. The sky-gazing ancient city was in a commotion. Everyone rushed up into the sky, heading toward the horizon, wanting to fight for the rare treasure that flew down from the outer region. In the distant past, it wasn't that there wasn't such a legend. In the vast and boundless starry sky, powerful divine objects would occasionally fall down. On the annual night of the sky-gazing ancient city, such a thing actually happened. No one could remain calm. Almost everyone rushed up into the sky, all of them making a move to fight for the glowing object. The large black dog's eyes almost popped out. He mumbled, "Damn, is it really related to the outer region? It looks like I didn't hear wrongly back then." That was a massive glowing object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it swooped down like a streak of silver light. Its shape was like a massive disc, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. It seemed to be forged from black gold, and it was enveloped by a layer of pure white energy radiance, appearing very mysterious. Boom! Some cultivators had just rushed over when they were blasted into flying ashes by the dazzling light that shot out. That kind of power was extremely terrifying, and it could actually annihilate space. It was terrifying. As expected of a rare treasure. The light it emitted is so terrifying. We must obtain it. Many cultivators became even more frenzied, all of them rushing up. Those with weaker strength didn't dare to approach, while those with stronger strength all stretched out their large hands or drew out their magic treasures to collect that divine object. Boom! However, this disc was incredibly terrifying. The light that shot out annihilated the void, causing the bones and flesh of many powerful cultivators to shatter. They couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Wang! Silver light flickered, and it landed on the sky-gazing platform, flickering with demonic light. The others didn't understand, but they still rushed forward, doing their best to fight for it. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other, tongue-tied. They discovered that this divine object from the outer region was a flying saucer. We actually saw this kind of thing. Let's snatch it. Perhaps we can use it to return home. The boundless universe, the boundless starry sky, there are too many secrets hidden. In this world where cultivators can fly through the sky and tunnel through the earth, we actually saw another civilization. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were extremely excited, and they both stood up. They were filled with curiosity about the owner of the flying saucer, and they decided that they definitely had to befriend it. Chapter 457. The azurite disk had a diameter of 300 meters, and it flowed with a cold metallic luster. It landed on the sky observatory platform like an ancient ferocious beast lying dormant. Everyone surrounded it, but no one dared to make a move. The light shot out by this huge metal disk could annihilate space, and there were many cultivators who were injured or killed just now. I've never seen such a huge otherworldly item. I'm afraid only Supreme Sect Masters can touch it. This is a treasure of the sect. Unfortunately, we can only look at it and can't go forward to collect it. This is really frustrating. Many cultivators discussed, but they didn't dare to act rashly. The lesson of blood was right in front of them, and no one dared to disregard their lives. What is this? It fell from the galaxy, but it didn't burn into ashes. Could it be the weapon of an ancient sage? The large black dog was suspicious. Yi Fan and Pang Bo discussed in secret for a while. Then, they used their divine sense to explore the azurite disk at the same time, wanting to communicate with the creature inside. In their eyes, it was very likely to be a kind of otherworldly civilization. If they could establish a good relationship with them, they might be able to cross the galaxy and return to the other side of the galaxy. Pop. Unfortunately, they couldn't use their divine sense to explore it. The azurite disk was surrounded by a gentle radiance, blocking everything and isolating their divine senses. That was a layer of mysterious energy barrier. Dao power and divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and it was protected inside. This made them frown. Quick, spread the news. Whoever comes first will get this treasure of the sect. Quickly send a message to the clan, and ask the clan leader to come and collect the divine object. Many people reacted quickly, and the news instantly spread in all directions. For a moment, the Sky Observatory ancient city was in an uproar. Suddenly, clothes fluttered, and an old figure appeared in the distant sky. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his large sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked very much like an otherworldly old immortal. The great elite of the Crane tribe is here. Many human cultivators felt that things were not good. The Crane tribe of the Demon tribe lived in this city, and now they were in a favorable position. Now that a divine lord-level figure had appeared, how could the others fight for it? After the great dark turmoil ended more than 100,000 years ago, the demon race's 10,000 magnates lived in seclusion in the central region of the East Baron. The Crane race was one of the best among them. It was said that the race lord back then was an ancient sage who looked down on the East Baron. He chose one of the top 10 ancient cities as his residence, and no one dared to say no. No one dared to jump out and challenge him. It could almost be said that the Crane tribe was the master of this city. All of you, back off. Let this old man witness what it is. The immortal Crane race's mighty being's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. The azure gold disk seemed to have a mind of its own as it sensed the dangerous aura. The pure white radiance that enveloped it became even more dazzling, forming a huge light curtain. Divine item from the outer realm, let me see what's so special about it. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage made his move. His huge hand covered the sky and grabbed at the round disk directly. Patriarch, be careful. It can annihilate the void. There were quite a number of people from the Crane clan here. When they saw that terrifying scene just now, they all spoke up to warn him. Boom! The azure gold disk trembled and shot out a dazzling brilliance. It cleaved a huge rift in the void and extended all the way to the horizon. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage didn't move and allowed the surrounding void to collapse. He was like a holy spirit and didn't decay. However, he also frowned. Buzz! The azure gold disk trembled and the brilliance it shot out became even brighter. The void was annihilated continuously. It was trying its best to stop that huge hand that was reaching down. Although the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage had monstrous magic power, it wasn't good for him to forcefully grab it in the face of such a terrifying scene. He used his world-shocking Dao power to seal the sky. A giant red-crowned crane took form, forming a dazzling curtain of the sky. It pressed downwards, wanting to cover the azure gold disk below. Boom! The void was destroyed. The mysterious divine item from the outer realm rushed up to the sky. It wasn't sealed below. It had a premonition of danger and wanted to fly away. Where do you think you're going? The old chief of the red crane lineage let out a light shout, and a ray of light rushed out from his mouth, quickly hitting it. With a pop sound, it collided with the azure gold round disc, causing it to shake and almost fall down. The light screen on it even dimmed a little. "Old friend, let me lend you a hand." A long shout was heard. The speed was extremely fast. The person who came was many times faster than the speed of sound. This was a tall and mighty old man. His whole body was blazing with golden light like burning flames. He cut through the sky and arrived. His golden hair danced in the wind and his skin was flowing with golden light. He was like a god. It was the famous golden-winged old rock king. He was a famous and peerless expert of the demon race. He was also a big figure of the demon race in the central region and could look down on the world. Bang! He reached out a huge hand and wanted to take the azure gold disc away. However, he was stopped by the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage. "Old Rock King, are you helping me or trying to take it for yourself? We are brothers. What's the difference between us? Let me see it first and I'll return it to you later." The old Rock King laughed loudly. His whole body was shining with golden light as if he was cast from gold. "I'll show you later." The Crane immortal lineage leader shook his head. Boom! The azure gold disc released the most intense radiance, shattering the void and annihilating all tangible matter. Even the golden-winged old Peng King jumped in fright. That large golden hand didn't even have time to dodge and was struck head-on. Pfft! A bright light flashed and dozens of blood droplets fell from the sky. The golden-winged old rock king frowned. A small wound appeared on his palm. He sighed and said, "I don't know how many years it has been. No one could hurt me. Today, it actually made a bloody wound on me." Everyone was speechless. That was a mighty force that could annihilate space. However, it only made a small wound on his palm. It made everyone's hair stand on end. How powerful was this old rock? It was really shocking and made everyone's hearts tremble. This was a terrifying holy master level figure that could look down on the boundless land. Even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others looked at each other. They felt a headache. A supreme sect master level figure was really unfathomable. Waves of coldness rose in their hearts. Even though the corporeal body of the Sky Rock race was terrifying, it wasn't absolutely immortal. The old Rock King had used his overflowing magic power and great Tao to block that peerless attack. "Two old friends, I've come to help you." Another person rushed over. He looked like a middle-aged man and was very powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He stood tall and heroic. It was the Wind Race's holy master. "Let this old man see what exactly this is." Another old man crossed the void and came over. His hair was white like snow and his eyes were like divine lightning. He was hale and hearty. Someone recognized that this was the holy master of all beginnings. He was already over 2,000 years old and his lifespan was near its end. His strength was unfathomable. These great figures didn't have much anger in their words and were calm and unhurried. However, when they took action, none of them backed down. They all wanted to seize the azurite disc in their hands and resist each other. This shouldn't be a divine object refined by an ancient sage, right? Many people were shocked. Otherwise, how could several great sage-level figures care so much about it? Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo began to doubt it. It didn't seem like a flying saucer either. Perhaps it really was a great treasure. Even if there was an extraterrestrial civilization, how could it be so easy to see one? Several great figures fought over the azurite disk. None of them gave way and took action in the void. Swoosh! Suddenly, the azurite disk pierced through the void and opened up a black hole. It made its way inside and quickly disappeared from sight. However, a treasure that can cross the void on its own is extremely rare. Could it really be related to an ancient sage? Many people were shocked when they saw this scene. Even if a holy master level figure's weapon produced its own deity, it still wouldn't be this intelligent. It was most likely a sage treasure. Chase it. The old rock king was the first to rush into the black hole. He followed the ready-made region gate and chased after it. He didn't want to let it go at all. The other holy masters and tribe leaders also did the same. They flashed and disappeared, following after him. Should we go and take a look? Two Big Mouth was a little restless. Let's go and take a look. It is most likely a treasure of an ancient sage. Especially since it came from the outer realm, it has an extraordinary meaning, the Black Emperor said. Can you determine where it flew to? Pang Bo asked. At this moment, the region gate had already closed. Who am I? The Dao patterns that open region gates can't stop me. I can determine its direction and distance, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. The cute dog is boasting, little Nan Nan said innocently as she sat on his back. They all laughed. Li Heishui said, not long ago, it was 6 million miles away. Little Nan Nan doesn't believe you anymore. I can guarantee it this time. The large black dog quickly began to carve Dao patterns. At the same time, many region gates in the sky-gazing ancient city opened at the same time. Many elites were proficient in formation patterns, and they also determined the direction the azurite disk flew to. Let's go. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When they rushed out, they entered a vast wilderness. Endless primitive forests covered the land, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone came here. In the distance, the mountain range collapsed, and rocks shot into the clouds. The battle between holy masters formed a terrifying scene. That azurite disk also shot out endless divine light, sweeping away all material objects. This doesn't look like a flying saucer. It's too powerful. Pang Bo mumbled. If it is, that kind of outer realm civilization is too developed. If it really is a spaceship, I think the people inside would be even more horrified. The few holy masters are undoubtedly undying gods and devils in their eyes, Yi Fan said with a smile. What is a spaceship? Little Nan Nan asked, blinking her large eyes. It is a divine item that can only be refined by an ancient sage. It is a supreme treasure, the Black Emperor interrupted. This caused Yi Fan to wipe his sweat guiltily. Many people appeared in this region, and they all followed and watched from afar. Boom! The azurite disk once again pierced through the void, disappearing from its original spot. The powerful figures chased after it. Just like that, they crossed the void dozens of times. The sky was already bright, and the red sun had risen. Who knew how far they had traveled? In the central region of the Eastern Baron, many sects received the news. The ancient inheritances of the monster race were all mobilized. Experts from the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Dao One Holy Land also rushed over. This isn't right. The aura here is too terrifying. Where have we come to? The Black Emperor was bewildered. After crossing the void for the last time, the few of them felt that something was wrong, and their hearts were pounding. This was a primitive region with boundless wilderness. Many ancient trees towered into the sky, and they were like small mountains. Many ancient vines even buried the mountains beneath them. It was too primitive. Who knew how many years these vines had been growing for? They should have long become sky monsters, but they were still in their original forms. They could occasionally see strange beasts, but they had never seen or heard of them before. They were all strange and terrifying, and filled with a dangerous aura. They were all ancient beasts. Take a detour. Those strange beasts are all inconceivably powerful existences. They are the descendants of the various beast kings from the desolate era. You must not provoke them. The Black Emperor reminded. There were some existences in the monster race who were innately powerful and incomparably arrogant. They would never choose to take human form in their entire lives. They were not willing to integrate into a world where humans were the masters. These terrifying existences would always evolve in the form of beast kings. They walked a completely different path from the monster race. They were not close to human nature. Once they were angered, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would easily appear. Several holy lords were fighting at the front. They broke a few mountains and provoked an incomparably powerful beast king. It was a longma, and it was as large as a mountain. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and a cheilant's legs. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, as if it was burning with raging flames. It raised its head and roared. It was not any weaker than any holy lord. It charged into the middle of the group and shattered a mountain with its roar. What is this place? Many people had traversed the void and followed them here. They all wore expressions of confusion. When everyone had followed the azure golden disk and the holy lords for more than 50 kilometers, the dangerous aura became even more intense, causing their hair to stand on end. Even the holy lords who were engaged in battle were bewildered. Meanwhile, that ancient beast king had also stopped roaring. Although it was still engaged in a fierce battle, it had quieted down. What's ahead? Yi Fan's heart jolted. It's a black mountain range. It looks very special. Pang Bo was also bewildered. We actually came here. The large black dog couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "Thankfully, we didn't deviate this time. Otherwise, if we had fallen into that mountain range, none of us would have survived." With every step they took, they could feel the terrifying aura become stronger, causing them to feel uneasy. It was as if they were slowly approaching a supreme and terrifying existence. The mountain range was majestic and towering, as if it had been standing here since the beginning of the world. Every mountain could be called the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. Their auras were boundless and majestic. The mountain range was verdant and lush, and ancient trees grew everywhere. It seemed full of vitality. There were also some lakes that decorated the mountain range. However, they couldn't conceal the true color of the mountain range. It was pitch black. What is this place? Tu Fei couldn't help but ask in fear. The Undying Mountain. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. What? We've arrived outside the Undying Mountain? We've actually arrived here. Li Heishui was shocked. They all rejoiced inwardly and looked at the large black dog. Fortunately, he was still reliable this time, and didn't deviate too much. Otherwise, they would have really died. Don't look at me like that. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly play myself to death? The large black dog mumbled guiltily. The Divine Master level characters fought outside the Undying Mountain, and they were all extremely wary. Their overwhelming magic power was suppressed, and they didn't dare to be too impudent. They were afraid that some unparalleled existence would walk out from inside. There were too many terrifying legends about the Undying Mountain. The existences that walked out from inside had once wreaked havoc in the world, causing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses to flow. This was the most terrifying dark age. If it wasn't for the great accomplishment Saint Physique and the great ancient emperor appearing one after another and using the power of 2 lifetimes to suppress all of this, the history of the human race in the Eastern Barren Territory would have almost been rewritten. As they neared the Black Undying Mountain, the kings of the mountains and the emperors of the mountains stood tall and majestic. Their terrifying auras made their hearts palpitate, and everyone was frightened. Yi Fan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He was afraid that she would be frightened, but he unexpectedly discovered that she was safe and sound. She was the only one who wasn't affected. Her small face was flushed, and she sat on the back of the Black Emperor. She blinked her large eyes and looked curiously at the mountain range. You don't need to worry about her. In a while, let little darling enter the Undying Mountain to pluck the enlightenment tea. It won't be a problem, the large black dog mumbled. What are you talking about? Yi Fan rebuked. I'm not joking. In the current world, I'm afraid that only she can enter the Undying Mountain safely, the large black dog said. Boom! Suddenly, the azure gold disc flashed with light, and rushed into the Undying Mountain. Chapter 458. The azurite disc's diameter was 100 zhang. It was extremely large, but its speed was extremely fast. Its flight was nimble and smooth, and it could travel through space. The great sage lords mutually restricted each other, continuously taking action against each other. Finally, it found an opportunity, and with a single rush, it entered Undying Mountain. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of divine object might very well be an ancient sage's treasure. If it entered one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, then it would be impossible to obtain it again, because no one dared to enter. Pang, pang. The great sage lords reached out their large hands towards Undying Mountain. Just now, they were preoccupied with fighting each other, and as a result, the divine object that was already in their hands escaped. It was too late for regrets now. The azurite disc's speed was too fast, impossible to catch. It immediately entered the depths of the Black Mountain Range. The great sage lords didn't dare enter too deep. They only reached a few hundred meters in, and then they helplessly retracted their large hands. They didn't want to put themselves in danger. There were too many terrifying legends here. Suddenly, the azurite disc violently trembled, as if it was restricted by a mysterious power. The black great mountains became hazy, producing a strange power that made space distort. Hong! The azurite disc seemed to have been restricted, unable to fly steadily. With a honglong sound, it smashed into the mountain range, filling the sky with smoke and dust. It fell into the depths of Undying Mountain Range. What a pity, we missed it just like that. The great sage lords were extremely unwilling, but they couldn't do anything. Even if the ancient sages revived, they still wouldn't rashly enter Undying Mountain. Many people followed here, and when they saw this scene with their own eyes, they all felt incomparable regret. They didn't even know what kind of divine object the azurite disc was before losing track of it. Right now, the scorching sun hung in the sky. Undying Mountain was full of vitality, verdant and verdant. The black earth and black cliffs looked ancient and mysterious. Divine object from beyond the heavens, just what kind of background does it have? Is there really no way to take it out? Just what kind of terrifying thing is inside Undying Mountain? Unless the ancient emperors revived, no one would dare provoke this life-restricted region. It's better if we withdraw. Everyone discussed spiritedly. In this terrifying life-restricted region, not a single person could feel at ease. They all wanted to leave as soon as possible. The great sage lords didn't say anything else. Their bodies flickered as they vanished. Many people who saw this didn't dare to stay any longer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind. This was the first time they saw Undying Mountain, so they were all full of curiosity, all of them carefully sizing it up. There were even some bold people who walked forward and dug out some black rocks at the edge of the forbidden area, preparing to take them away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a tall figure appeared on a mountain not too far away. His hair was particularly striking, and he held a black great desolate halberd in his hands. His eyes were like a hawk's, filled with a wild and unruly aura. Golden-winged little Peking. Tu Fei muttered. Why don't we just kill him here? He's always looking for trouble with Yi Fan anyway. Instead of that, why don't we take the initiative and attack? Li Heishui mumbled. Forget it. If we kill him, the old Peking will definitely go crazy. Since he doesn't want to provoke us right now, let's just ignore him. Yi Fan shook his head. The golden-winged little Peking's eyes were as sharp as sabers. He naturally saw Yi Fan. He grasped the great desolate halberd and released a thick killing intent. He wanted to fly over and fight, but seeing so many people around him, he finally coldly snorted. Little bird, don't be so unconvinced. Be careful that I roast you next time. The Black Emperor challenged. Clang clang clang, the golden-winged little Peng King's entire body emitted tens of thousands of golden sword lights. The 108,000 sword lights were dazzling, making him look like a golden sun. That dog, I won't lower myself to your level. The golden-winged little Peng King's voice was indifferent. His eyes were like swords, filled with a wild nature. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "You will die soon. I don't know if you can still fight. I really want to break your bones with my own hands. If you are a short-lived ghost, then I will be very disappointed. Birdman, you're so arrogant. You were beaten up last time. Didn't you learn your lesson?" The Black Emperor exposed him. "Last time, I bound my hands and feet. This time, I will transform into a heavenly rock. So what if you have a holy physique? I will slaughter you to pave my road to the great emperor." The golden-winged little Peng King was the same as before. He was incomparably arrogant, with a demonic aura around him. Their conversation attracted many people's attention. At this moment, no one wanted to provoke the doomsday holy physique. He didn't have much life left, so he could do anything. No one had thought that the golden-winged little Peng King would dare to provoke him. Turns out he entered the dragon transformation's secret domain. No wonder why he was so arrogant. Tu Fei was surprised. The golden-winged little Peng King had finally broken through, breaking his shackles. People like him were always on the same level as Yaoguang's Saint Sun. They were considered to be the strongest warriors of the younger generation. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation's secret domain, it wasn't hard to imagine how formidable his competence would be. "All right, if you want to fight with me, then arrange a time. I will accompany you," Yi Fan replied. Entering the 4 extreme secret domains, he needed to comprehend and fight unceasingly. Only then would he have a chance to break through. Swoosh! A light flashed. More than 10 silhouettes appeared on the mountain far from them. They were the Wind Phoenix and some young people. They had heard the news and rushed here. Yi Fan had a premonition that he would meet the Wind Tribe's warriors in the center. He didn't want to meet the Wind Phoenix that soon. When they saw Yi Fan, they were bewildered. Some of them had a strange countenance. One of them said in a low voice, "He's here. Does he want to enter the Undying Mountain to find a chance to prolong his life?" Someone mumbled, "Entering the Undying Mountain is simply courting death. No one can get out alive. He's about to fall. He can't go against the natural order. He can only wait for his death. He owes our Wind Tribe 3 million pounds of source. It seems like he can't pay it back. It's really unlucky." Some young people were discontented. "It's too bad that the source of our Wind Tribe can still make some noise when we throw it into the water. It's all wasted on him." Yi Fan smiled and said, 3 million pounds of source is indeed not a small amount. But don't worry, I will pay it back." Those people were startled. They didn't expect Yi Fan's hearing to be so sharp. He could hear every word from so far away. The Wind Phoenix was as graceful as an immortal. Her body was surrounded by multicolored light, and she wore a phoenix mask. She indifferently glanced at Yi Fan and said, "My tribe's holy lord has already said that you don't need to pay back those source. If I don't pay it back, I'm afraid I'll be exposed every day. However, I am truly grateful to the Wind Tribe's holy lord," said Yi Fan. The phoenix ignored him and turned around to greet the little Peng. She smiled and said, "Congratulations Brother Peng for breaking through again." The little Peng laughed heartily and said, "I will fight against the holy physique. At that time, I welcome Princess Feng to come and watch." "All right." The phoenix nodded. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. A mountain range collapsed in a split second, and the mountain-like Longma appeared once again. Its eyes were as large as millstones as it stared at everyone with an ominous glint. Not long ago, it had fought a great battle against the Holy Lord and was not at a disadvantage at all. Now, everyone was shocked. "Run!" Everyone cried out in alarm and fled in succession. This was a barbaric beast king, an existence on the same level as the Peacock King. Not many people could contend against it. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and Qilan's legs. Its enormous body soared through the sky. With a stomp, a large group of people immediately turned into a bloody mist and died for eternity. Roar, even more strange beasts appeared in the mountainous region. They rushed over like a flood and cut off everyone's path of retreat. There were giant scaled birds, giant ants over 10 meters long, and lions the size of small mountains. It's over, we can't cross the void here. Someone cried out in alarm. It's the power of the undying mountain. It has sealed the power of space. The Dao pattern experts were also terrified. The undying mountain was an extremely special place. It formed a world of its own and affected the surrounding regions, making it impossible to open the realm gates. These strange beasts surrounded them in a fan shape. If they didn't want to die, they could only escape into the undying mountain. Otherwise, there would be no way out. Break out! Yi Fan shouted. These strange beasts had all gone crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot and extremely terrifying. It was obvious that they wanted to kill everyone. He held the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand and rushed to the front. He attacked the strange beasts in an attempt to escape. Not a single savage beast could be easily killed. These were all descendants of the ancient barbaric beast king. Their bloodline inheritance bestowed them with great power. Chang, Yi Fan and Pang Bo's group encountered great resistance. They could only kill 5 strange beasts together and were almost injured themselves. Roar, the savage beasts went berserk. There was no lack of dragon transformation realm experts among them, as well as beast kings of even higher levels. They surged over like a tide, making them feel extremely strained. On the other side, the little Peng, Wind Phoenix, and the others joined together. They were also under great pressure and were doing their best to resist. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators here were wiped out. They couldn't resist at all. In the end, only a dozen or so forces were still struggling. Clang! Yi Fan faced off against that big red ant. It was more than 10 meters long and looked like it was carved out of agate. It was sparkling and translucent, but it was incomparably savage and possessed unimaginable power. It was only at the first transformation, but its formidable power wasn't much weaker than Yi Fan's. This was its race's innate divine art. The inheritor of the ancient barbaric king possessed astonishing divine power. Not good, that savage beast king has its eyes on us. Pang Bo cried out in alarm. That huge Longma was clearly the king of the strange beasts. It floated in the sky and firmly stared at them because they had killed the most strange beasts. Not good, we're in big trouble now. Curiosity killed the dog. The Black Emperor mumbled and said, we shouldn't have chased after them to investigate. Boom! The Longma was like a mountain. It tore open the void and swooped down. Its huge body was like a cloud, casting a large shadow on the ground. It was so oppressive that people couldn't even breathe. As it swooped down, it also glanced at the little Peng King and the Wind Phoenix. It lifted one hoof and stomped down with a boom. That part of the sky and earth was shattered. The young people of the Wind tribe suffered heavy casualties. The little Peng King and the Wind Phoenix were extremely fast. They dodged swiftly, but they were also affected. They were just brushed by the edge of the storm, but it still made them vomit blood. They fell into the beast's tide and were drowned. Yi Fan and the others took in a cold breath. This was the king of the savage beasts. They couldn't resist it at all. A simple attack could destroy the world. Unless a Saint Master came, no one could resist it. Retreat, retreat quickly! Li Heishui shouted. Even if they retreated into the undying mountain, they couldn't face this beast king. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Yi Fan picked up the little Nan Nan and retreated quickly. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the big black dog also made the same decision and rushed into the undying mountain. Boom! The Longma's entire body was wrapped in divine flames. The moment it landed, its hooves, which were many times bigger than a house, smashed the ground. The cracks were several meters wide. It chased after them like a tornado. Along the way, whenever it encountered a cultivator, it only needed to roar to turn them all into meat paste. No one could stop it even half a step. Yi Fan and the others gritted their teeth and directly rushed into the undying mountain. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. Seeing this, the other cultivators also retreated into the undying mountain. The strange beasts were like a flood, cutting off the path of retreat. There was no way to escape. If they delayed for a while, they would all die. We entered the undying mountain. This. Tu Fei's face paled. Li Heishui's face also turned green. This was one of the 7 great life-forbidden areas. Usually, one could only enter but not leave. Entering was equivalent to stepping into the gates of hell. More people were forced in, screaming in fear. This black mountain had a mysterious power that made people's hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. All of a sudden, many people screamed in fear. Strange cracks appeared under their feet. With a flash of light, they disappeared. No one knew where they went. Heavens, what's going on? Many people were scared out of their wits. Roar, the llama pressed forward and spat out a terrifying light. It swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into powder. All kinds of plants and black rocks turned into ashes. 80% of the people didn't even have the chance to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Yi Fan and the others had to retreat quickly. At this time, a light flashed under Pang Bo's feet. With a scream, he disappeared with Yi Fan and the others. When they appeared again, they discovered that they had entered Undying Mountain's mountain range. All around them were black mountains that were verdant and verdant. There were even some lakes dotted the mountainous region. Not good, we've entered the Undying Mountain. This is big trouble. Unless a great emperor comes to save us, there's no way to get out, the Black Emperor shouted. What should we do? At this moment, they had no idea. They had actually entered the Undying Mountain. This was a situation of certain death. Don't move recklessly. The Undying Mountain range is very special. There are runes personally carved by the great ancient emperor during the ancient war. If you take a wrong step, you might be transported to another mysterious and terrifying region in the Undying Mountain range. The Black Emperor reminded them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he accidentally stepped on an ancient pattern. With a flash of light, he disappeared along with the others. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a short black mountain. Although it wasn't tall, it was incomparably majestic and imposing. In this place, every single black mountain was the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. They made people feel intimidated and couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship. There were many black mountains in the surroundings. They couldn't see very far from this short mountain. The surroundings were lush and verdant, but it was extremely quiet. We're finished, we've already entered. This is definitely not the outer region, we're already close to the inside. We're at least a quarter of the way in. Plop. At the foot of the small mountain, there was a lake in the middle of the mountainous region. Water splashed everywhere, and there were unknown creatures moving about inside. Creatures that grew up in the Undying Mountain. The few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were horrified. Swish. Several dozen figures flickered. Those were cultivators that entered the Undying Mountain just like them. They appeared at the lakeside and all of them cried out in alarm. A mysterious power pulled them in. They couldn't struggle at all and all of them submerged into the lake. They didn't even make a splash. Only a dozen or so streams of blood gushed out and dyed the lake's surface red. There are dragon transformation realm experts among them, but they were actually killed so easily. Pang Bo was astonished. His expression was ugly to the extreme. There's an ancient tree over there that emits light. Little Nan Nan innocently pointed towards the depths of the Undying Mountain. That place was extremely far away and was already close to the center of the Undying Mountain. Even Yi Fan couldn't see it clearly with his divine eyes, but the little girl saw an ancient tree. It's definitely the path-comprehending ancient tea tree, or else it's an undying divine medicine. The Black Emperor said. Nan Nan, what did you see? Yi Fan asked softly. Nan Nan saw an ancient tree full of leaves of different colors and shapes. There were golden ones, scarlet ones, pure white ones, flowing with radiance. The tree trunk was as vigorous as a dragon. I think I saw a person sitting cross-legged under the tree, but when I rubbed my eyes, he disappeared again. Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said seriously. That's definitely the path-comprehending ancient tea tree, but why did someone appear? The Black Emperor was alarmed. What exactly is inside the Undying Mountain? Yi Fan asked. The path-comprehending ancient tea tree isn't at the center of the Undying Mountain. I don't know what's inside, but there's definitely an undying divine medicine. The Black Emperor said. Chapter 459. Little darling, what did the person you saw look like? Yi Fan squatted down and asked softly. Little darling looked no more than 3 years old. Her eyes were like black gems, bright and pure, without any impurities. She tilted her head and thought seriously, then said, he disappeared when I rubbed my eyes, so I didn't see him clearly. This was an extremely serious matter. If humanoid creatures really appeared, they would undoubtedly be in danger. Once they were discovered, it would be difficult for them to survive. This was one of the 7 great forbidden zones, the famous Undying Mountain. Although the Saint Physique and the ancient emperors had fought their way in, they couldn't destroy it. This was enough to explain everything. Be careful. Don't step on those patterns. Otherwise, you might be teleported somewhere else, the large black dog reminded. There were also some ancient carvings on the rocks of this black short mountain. They looked mysterious, as if an invisible net had sealed this place. Which emperor fought their way in back then? Pang Bo asked. The Void Emperor, the large black dog answered. In this world, there were very few legends about the Void Emperor. They didn't expect this emperor to be so powerful. He had fought his way into the Undying Mountain and created such a great achievement, resolving the great calamity of the human race. Every single great ancient emperor is an unparalleled genius. Over the course of countless years, only one of them would be born out of billions of living beings. Even if there aren't many rumors about a certain great ancient emperor, it's not something that ordinary people can estimate. The Black Emperor said. Everyone felt the same way. Every great emperor was the main character of an era. If they were to talk about their lives alone, every one of them would have endless legends. Let's go down the mountain. We must find a way to escape. The large black dog walked in the front, using his extremely profound Tao pattern knowledge to distinguish and open a path. Entering the legendary Forbidden Zone, no one could relax. They all had heavy hearts. This wasn't a game, it was a matter of life and death. Why did the ancient emperors leave so many formation patterns? Tu Fei asked. It said that the great battle was very difficult. The Void Emperor needed the help of countless formation patterns to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, the result might have been different. What kind of existence is in the Undying Mountain? Everyone was shocked. I don't know. The final battle didn't happen. The two sides confronted each other for a long time, and then both retreated. There's no ultimate showdown? The few of them were very surprised. Legend has it that when the Age of Darkness descended, the Void Emperor killed an existence that was no weaker than him. That existence came from the Undying Mountain. However, it's clear that he wasn't the only supreme being. The Void Emperor entered the Undying Mountain with the determination to perish together with him, but for some reason, they didn't fight in the end, the large black dog said. However, after that, the Void Emperor returned to the Ji family and never appeared in this world again. No one knew what happened. Many people suspected that something bad had happened to him. The Ji family has a few God King tombs, but I don't know where the Void Emperor's tomb is. Is it really buried in their family? Li Heishui wanted to confirm how the Void Emperor died and what happened. The Void Emperor used the boundless void to prove his Tao. Legend has it that he buried himself within the boundless void. No one could find him, not even the Ji clan. The dusty past, the endless history, just how many secrets are hidden? Yi Fan sighed. The Hanyu Emperor left for the Origin ancient mine and never returned to the Eastern Barren territory. The Void Emperor disappeared from the world because of the battle at the Undying Mountain. It was thought that something bad had happened. The few emperors definitely knew what was in the 7 great forbidden zones. Perhaps they could fight the existences in there alone. Unfortunately, they were all alone, and there was no one they could fight with. The Black Emperor spent a whole hour to lead them down this short black mountain. During this time, they almost stepped on the formation patterns by mistake several times. It was very dangerous. They all frowned. This was not a solution. Some formation patterns had already disappeared, but their effects were still there. If they stepped on them, they would arrive in another world, and it would be hard to tell whether they would survive or not. Yi Fan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He didn't want her to follow them outside in case something unexpected happened. However, the large black dog strongly objected, saying, "Don't, let little darling stay outside. She definitely won't be in danger. Whether we can leave this place alive depends on her." "What are you talking about? Little Nan Nan doesn't even know who she is. What can she do?" Tu Fei asked doubtfully. "Listen to me. You guys don't need to ask." The large black dog wouldn't say anything no matter what. He seemed to be slightly afraid. "Be careful. The lake in front is very scary. Everyone saw it just now. There is a strange creature in the water. Even the cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm were easily killed. Let's go around it," Pang Bo reminded. The large black dog was very cautious. He went around it from afar, afraid that a disaster would befall them. However, the more he was worried, the easier it was for a problem to occur. After walking for another 500 meters, they finally stepped on a strange formation pattern. With a flash of light, the few of them disappeared without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Swoosh! When the void twisted, they appeared in the Black Mountain Range again. This time, they were no longer in the original place. They appeared in a Black Mountain Range, and they were even deeper than before. If we continue like this, we will reach the center of the Undying Mountain Range. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. There was a strange creature moving under the stone cliff not far away. It passed through a forest and approached them. "Oh no, we have finally encountered a living creature." Their expressions all changed. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Through the forest, they saw a humanoid creature quickly appearing and disappearing. It was almost like a streak of light was closing in on them. Why isn't it stepping on the formation pattern? Damn it, we are in danger. This was the first living creature they had encountered in the Undying Mountain Range. When they saw its true appearance, they were all shocked, and their hearts became even more uneasy. This was a stone golem. That's right, it wasn't a body of flesh and blood. Instead, it had a body made of stone. Its height was 2 meters, and it was extremely sturdy. However, it wasn't completely intact. A small part of its head had been chopped off, and only one eye was left. Moreover, there were many holes on the left half of its body, as if it had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Even so, it still made them feel fearful. This was a 9 orifices stone golem that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It was an existence that could grow into a holy spirit. A cold light shot out from its single eye, and it stared unblinkingly at the dragon-patterned black gold holy spirit sword in Yi Fan's hand. As if it had sensed some kind of aura, a frenzied killing intent appeared on its face. "It's over, retribution has come. You've cut up the 9 orifices stone golem, and its kind has sensed it." A bitter expression immediately appeared on the large black dog's face. "Let's fight it to the death. This stone golem is incomplete, and it hasn't produced any flesh and blood. It's very obvious that it was also cut up by someone in advance and came into this world. It has forever lost the chance to become a holy spirit, so it's not impossible for us to kill it," Pang Bo said. The large black dog's face turned green, and he said, it has indeed been born millions of years in advance, so it can't become a holy spirit. However, it's still not something that we can deal with. It's already an existence that's half a step into the ultimate level. This was a stone embryo that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It had been nurtured for millions of years, and after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, it could grow into a holy spirit that was comparable to an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, it had come into this world at least millions of years in advance. At this moment, its single eye was filled with hatred, and it pressed forward step by step. It was going to take Yifan's life, and it was going to take revenge for its kind. Half a step into the ultimate level. We really don't stand a chance. Yifan sighed. However, he definitely wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He circulated his battle saint technique to the extreme, and he successfully activated the secret of all. He was about to attack. The others also did the same. They raised their battle prowess to the extreme, and they were prepared to fight to the death. However, when the incomplete stone golem was several dozen meters away from them, it stopped in its tracks. It stared at little Nan Nan, who was protected behind Yifan, with a bewildered expression. Yifan had long since wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle, but the large black dog wouldn't agree no matter what, saying that she might be their only hope. At this moment, something strange indeed happened. The 9 orifices stone golem had an extremely uneasy expression, and after staring at little Nan Nan, it continuously retreated. What's going on? Everyone was confused. At first, little Nan Nan was extremely afraid, and she hid behind Yifan, revealing half of her face as she watched nervously. Her large eyes were filled with uneasiness. Quick, carry little darling to the front, the large black dog urged. Yifan picked up little Nan Nan, and comforted her, be good, don't be afraid. It won't dare to harm us. The 9 orifices stone golem's expression became even more uneasy, and it stared at little Nan Nan. Its body couldn't help but tremble. Then, it let out a strange cry, turned around, and fled. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared behind a black cliff in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at each other, incredibly shocked. None of them had imagined that this would be the result. Only little Nan Nan wasn't very happy. She blinked her large eyes, pouted, and asked, is Nan Nan very scary? Why did it do that? Everyone laughed, and they couldn't help but rub her head. Then, they dotingly scratched her delicate little nose. Because you're too cute. Even that stone golem can't bear to harm us. Do I dare to say that our little Nan Nan isn't cute? They laughed, but their hearts were extremely uneasy. What exactly was little Nan Nan's identity? Even the 9 orifices stone golem of the Undying Mountain was scared away. This was truly shocking. Go, let's go quickly. The large black dog led the way again, but they hadn't gone very far when he almost stepped on the formation patterns again. This couldn't be blamed on him. No one could avoid it, because the traces of the Dao patterns had been erased. However, they were emperor patterns after all, and their effects were still present. It was impossible to completely capture them. Even if Yifan opened his divine eyes, he couldn't see through them at all. The patterns carved by ancient emperors were mysterious and unfathomable, and no one could grasp them. Are we really going to die here? Li Heishui asked with a sigh. Oh no. The large black dog cried out in alarm after stepping out. He thought that he had stepped on the wrong pattern again. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm this time. Doggy, you're so stupid. Nan Nan has learned it all. These patterns are very clear, and I even know how to walk, little Nan Nan suddenly said very innocently. If it was someone else, the large black dog would have mocked them long ago, and even bit them a few times. However, when he heard little Nan Nan say this, he was only embarrassed, and didn't act out. What? Little Nan can see them clearly? Yifan asked in shock. Yes. Little Nan Nan nodded seriously like a chick pecking at grains, and said, I can see many patterns. Among them, there are black lines that are curling up with black mist, and there are also golden lines that are flowing with radiance. Those are the paths of death and the paths of life respectively. The large black dog jumped up in shock and said, "You can even see these?" At first, I couldn't see anything, but later on, I kept seeing Doggy walk around the patterns, and gradually, I saw them all. Little Nan Nan's voice was very tender, and she said innocently. "Where does the golden line lead to?" the large black dog asked impatiently. "It twists and turns like many little snakes crawling, and it leads to the depths of the mountain," Little Nan Nan said. What? Everyone was shocked. This. Little Nan, did you see it wrong? Tu Fei asked. No, the golden line really leads to the depths of the mountain. Oh, they are little dragons, not little snakes. Their heads are all pointing in that direction. Little Nan Nan corrected her own mistake. Could it be that he wants to put himself in a dead end and then come back to life? Pang Bo pondered. The large black dog nodded, and said, yes, the Void Emperor might be thinking like this. In the past, he was forced to perish together with the enemy, and entered the center of the Undying Mountain to fight the ultimate battle with the Supreme Being. Perhaps he had the idea of putting himself in a dead end and then coming back to life. Do we still have to continue forward? Li Heishui was uncertain, and said, we are not the Void Emperor. He can put himself in a dead end and then come back to life, but we don't have that kind of nature-defying battle prowess. Since ancient times, how many people could be compared to him? There is really no other way now. According to what little Nan Guai saw, this area has been set up with terrifying patterns of the Great Emperor, and we can't retreat by ourselves. The large black dog pondered, and said, it seems that the Void Emperor has sealed this area and divided it into many regions, making it difficult for the mysterious creatures to leave. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on his back, and asked her to lead the way. They walked towards the depths of the Undying Mountain range. Along the way, they sensed that there were creatures spying on them from time to time, and they all felt their hair stand on end. This path seems to lead to the direction of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Everyone was surprised. According to little Nan Nan's guidance, it seemed that they really had to pass through that region, and the distance was not very far. After walking for a while, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree could faintly be seen. Although there were many ancient trees blocking it, its unique aura could still be clearly sensed. There seemed to be endless great Tao flowing there, and it was filled with a mysterious power that could make one's heart become empty. They were not cultivating, but it was as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. As expected of the Undying God Tree whose name has been passed down through the ages. It can help cultivators comprehend the Tao, and is a peerless sacred object. The large black dog was delighted, and said, if we are lucky enough to survive, we might have a great opportunity. His eyes shone with green light. After advancing for another few kilometers, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree could already be seen, and its appearance was astonishing. It was not very tall, and was only slightly over 3 meters tall. However, it was as vigorous as a horned dragon, and its old skin was cracked, as if it had only grown to its current appearance after millions and millions of years. It was extremely strange, and there were no identical leaves on the tree. Every leaf was unique, and they were all sparkling and translucent, as if they had been carved out of jade. Some leaves were shaped like small cauldrons, and they were shrouded in mist. Some leaves were like divine phoenixes, and they glowed with multicolored light. Some leaves were like celestial beings sitting cross-legged, and they were incredibly lively. Some of them were like gold, and they were dazzling with light, and some were like scarlet jade, and they were incredibly bright. There were all kinds of colors. I see him again, Nan Nan sees him again. Little Nan Nan suddenly shouted. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others also saw a person through the swaying shadows of the tree, and they all shuddered in fear. It's the Emperor. The large black dog almost jumped up, and he almost sent little Nan Nan flying. He was incredibly excited. Chapter 460. It's really an emperor. The large black dog jumped up in excitement, his whole body trembling. Doggy. Little Nan Nan cried out in surprise. She was almost flung away, but fortunately, Yi Fan was beside her, and caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling onto the ground. It's really a figure. He should have discovered us. What do we do? Too Big Mouth was usually very talkative, but now he was a little stuttering. You said he's an emperor? Li Heishui asked in shock, his voice very low. At this moment, they were less than 1,000 meters away from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Even though there were other trees in the way, their eyesight was like lightning, and they could naturally see everything there. That was a blurry figure, and they couldn't see him clearly. He walked around the Enlightenment ancient tea tree as if he didn't see them, and above his head was a large bell that was surrounded by chaotic mist. It seemed to be able to stop time, and chaos surged as tens of thousands of silk ribbons dropped down, extremely mysterious and hazy, as if the long river of time was flowing. Swoosh! He sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, and the large bell bobbed up and down, making him look like a piece of nothingness, as if he had merged into the boundless heaven and earth, and was about to disappear. Not long after, he seemed to be thinking, and stood up to look at the sky. Then, he walked away step by step, as if he was walking against the long river of time, leaving through the gate of time, returning to the distant desolate antiquity. Emperor, don't go, take me with you, the large black dog shouted loudly, his expression extremely excited, and he was about to rush forward. Pang Bo hurriedly stretched out a pair of large hands, grabbed his bald tail, and said, "Don't run around recklessly, one wrong step, and you may enter the center of the immortal mountain to die." Yi Fan also stretched out a large golden hand, and pressed down on the Black Emperor to prevent him from suffering from impulsiveness. He vaguely guessed who that person was. Emperor. Are you going to enter the celestial realm? Take me with you, the large black dog shouted hoarsely, and if it weren't for Yi Fan and Pang Bo holding him down, he would have already pounced over. Is he really Emperor Wuxia? Pang Bo was astonished. The few of them shuddered. How many years had passed? It had been at least hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even more ancient. How could there still be a great emperor alive? The figure of the ancient emperor vanished, returning to the underworld. There was nothing left behind, only a small ripple. It was empty and quiet. Woof! The large black dog bared his fangs and almost bit Yi Fan and Pang Bo. He was incomparably vexed and agitated, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Another person has appeared. Little Nan Nan, who was being carried by Yi Fan, extended her little finger and pointed at the ancient Tao comprehension tea tree that was 300 zhang away. The originally violent large black dog immediately quieted down when it saw this person. It crouched down like a mouse that had seen a cat. It turned around and wanted to run away. It didn't have any temper at all. This person was even more mysterious, only a shadow could be seen. The place where he stood was an enormous black hole, a jar with a ghost face carved on it floating up and down. Not only did the large black dog wither and want to run away, but even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' hair stood on end. They turned around and wanted to run away. This person was too terrifying. Just that kind of aura was enough to make one's body tremble. That black hole seemed like it wanted to swallow everyone, and just a little bit of aura seeped out, and heaven and earth were about to collapse. Great Emperor. The few of them were incredibly shocked. Was the most ruthless person in history really him? Could it be that he hadn't died? This was unbelievable, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. This was especially so for Yi Fan. He had a saint physique, and this great emperor specialized in swallowing the source powers of all kinds of physiques. If he set his eyes on him, let alone him, even a saint physique with a great accomplishment saint physique would die with a grievance. It was impossible to tell whether this black figure that was like an abyss was male or female. He stood in front of the Tao comprehension tea tree for a long time, thinking for a long time. In the end, he also left. He didn't chase after me. That's impossible. I dug up his Tao field and dug up his grave. With his personality, how could he possibly let me go? The large black dog muttered in a barely audible voice. He disappeared? What's going on? They all sensed that something was wrong. Two ancient emperors had appeared one after another, and then mysteriously disappeared without a trace. This was very strange. That's not right. They didn't even look at us just now, so how could it be like this? Even if they are ancient emperors with peaceful minds, they can't stop us from being heir. Pang Bo didn't feel that there were too many suspicious points. I understand now. The large black dog sighed softly, and said, that was a remnant image from before the primordial age. The ancient emperors left an indelible mark beside the Tao Comprehension tea tree. Everyone was astonished. In that case, that was a remnant image from at least 100,000 years ago, or even 200,000 years ago. It had been preserved until now, and it still hadn't been destroyed. This was shocking. The ancient emperors have come here to cultivate before. How terrifying. They were astonished. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the time to hide, yet they had come here to contemplate. Judging from their appearance just now, it seemed like they had encountered a difficult problem in their cultivation, and had come here to seek inspiration. What a pity. In the end, those emperors couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Even though they looked down upon the past and present, and were extraordinarily talented, in the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Pang Bo sighed softly. After deducing that those were the shadows left behind by the two emperors from before the primordial age, they all felt very rueful. They were the supreme protagonists of the past, and throughout the ages, how many people could compare to them? However, even if they were world-shaking and looked down upon the heaven and earth, they couldn't change anything. No matter how great a hero or how supreme a monument was, in the end, they would still be unable to escape their final fate, and would eventually die. They walked forward together, getting closer and closer to the Tao Comprehension tea tree. All of them felt their minds become empty, and the restlessness and insecurity they had just felt disappeared. Even the large black dog, whose emotions were the most violently fluctuating, calmed down at this moment. His heart was filled with peace, without joy or worry, and he had forgotten all his worries. This was what made the Tao Comprehension tea tree extraordinary. As they approached this place, everything was different. It was as if it had been nourished by the great Tao, causing them to feel peace and tranquility. 1,000 meters was not very far. Under little Nan Nan's guidance, they passed through the ancient tree, and gradually approached. They could clearly see this ancient tree that had existed since ancient times and would not wither. The bark of the tree was dry and cracked, like the spread of dragon scales. The tree trunk was less than half a meter thick, and its shape was like a coiling horned dragon. It stretched into midair, and the highest point was less than 3 meters from the ground. The entire tree was sparkling and translucent, and every leaf was different. They flowed with the radiance of Tao, and it was so strange. The small cauldron, divine phoenix, celestial being, divine bell, mountains and rivers, clouds, 8 trigrams. They were all vivid and lifelike, and every leaf was like a small world, representing a unique Tao that flickered with a dreamy radiance. There were all kinds of leaves, and they were all of strange shapes and sizes, and they all possessed unique and precious Tao. The tree was brilliant and exceptionally dazzling, causing one to be lost in it. The trunk of the Tao Comprehension tea tree was ancient, and was filled with a grand and ancient aura. Meanwhile, the leaves were natural, filled with life and Tao. They blended together, and it was mysterious and profound. 1, 2, 3. Little Nan Nan raised her head, and began to count the leaves on the tree. The others were also moved. There were very few leaves on this ancient tree, only about 100 or so, but it didn't seem completely bare. That was because every single leaf was different from the others, making one forget about everything else. There are a total of 108 leaves, and it is just like in the legends. It is like this every year, no more, no less. It just happens to be this number. Tu Dazui exclaimed in surprise, and couldn't help but wipe away his saliva. At this moment, joy shattered their empty state of mind, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Everyone's emotions were rising and falling. The large black dog's eyes released a green light like a wolf's, and his saliva was about to drip out. He scuttled over in a flash, and reached out a large paw towards the tree. Swoosh! Light flashed, and a leaf that was like a small gourd fell down. Its entire body was golden, and it passed through the gaps between the large black dog's paw, landing on the ground, and instantly disappearing. The large black dog was extremely angry, and then reached out a large paw to pluck a leaf that was like a true dragon. It flickered like black gold, but it was still the same. With a flash of light, it slid down, landed on the ground, and disappeared. Black Emperor, don't be so wasteful. Li Heishui was dissatisfied. Although he had 108 leaves, he still couldn't squander them like this. Do you think this emperor is willing? These leaves are really strange, and they can run away on their own. I can't catch them. The large black dog was extremely angry. Let me try. Pang Bo walked up, pinched a scarlet leaf that was like an immortal phoenix, and lightly plucked it off. Swoosh! In the instant that the leaf left the ancient tree, light flashed, and suddenly flew out, sinking into the ground. Just like black and yellow, it couldn't be caught, and could only escape. This is strange. Tu Dezui also walked up, stretching out a hand to grab a leaf that was like a small 8 trigram. 5 colors flowed, and it was mysterious and unfathomable. However, the result was still the same. As long as it was plucked, the leaf would definitely escape, and it couldn't be preserved at all. Stop plucking randomly, this emperor remembers, the large black dog called out. He tried hard to recall, and said to himself, yes, that's right. What's going on? The others asked simultaneously. The Dao Comprehension ancient tea tree can nurture Dao, but it can only be plucked after it has matured. Otherwise, once it is plucked, it will sink into the roots, and can't be taken away. Why is it like this? They were all incredibly disappointed. Being able to arrive in front of the Dao Comprehension ancient tea tree could be said to be a massive opportunity, but they actually couldn't pluck it. Unless there is an undying deity root that can similarly attract the leaves, and only then can they be locked in place, the large black dog said. A thought flashed through Yifan's mind. He had dug out some undying deity roots from the ancient desolate forbidden land, so perhaps he could give it a try. However, he first took out the Qilin divine medicine seed. Swoosh! He lightly plucked a leaf that was like a small cauldron. It was surrounded by wisps of mist, and instantly attached itself to the Qilin divine medicine seed, so it didn't fall to the ground. Good, very good. The others were all overjoyed. The large black dog was incredibly excited, and said, pluck them all. As long as we stay far away from the Dao Comprehension ancient tea tree and seal them in a jade tool, it will be difficult for them to escape. These leaves haven't matured yet, so will the Dao they nurture be useful? Yifan didn't want to recklessly waste natural resources. Don't worry, it will definitely be effective. 2 of these leaves combined are equivalent to a mature Dao leaf, the large black dog replied. They were all overjoyed. There were more than 100 leaves, and if 2 of them combined, they would be equivalent to more than 50 Dao leaves. This was a supreme divine treasure trove. It should be known that every year, after the Dao Comprehension ancient tea tree matured, its leaves would automatically soar into the sky and fly away from the mother plant. Even if the top elites outside the Undying Mountain worked together, they would only be able to obtain more than 30 leaves at most. The divine lords and great elites of the entire eastern wilderness wouldn't even have enough to share. We've struck it rich, this is a great opportunity. My grandfather spent a lot of effort and a huge amount of source energy to exchange for 1 leaf, but we've plucked the entire ancient tree clean. Tu Fei grinned foolishly. Li Heishui also laughed loudly, and said, if those great elites wait outside the Undying Mountain this year, they won't even be able to obtain a single leaf. Let's see what kind of expression they will have when that time comes. Ha! I'm looking forward to it. The long bell rang softly, giving people a feeling that the great Tao had become empty. It was as if they had reached the end of the celestial path, and the figure of the great ancient emperor appeared again. Great Emperor Wu Shi. The black hole was silent, and it annihilated everything. It also appeared in front of the Dao Comprehension ancient tea tree, and Great Emperor Merciless also appeared in the darkness. What was different was that this time, 2 great emperors appeared together, and it caused people's hearts to tremble. They couldn't help but freeze in place. What happened? Could it be that the two great emperors have met before? Impossible, the great ancient emperors have never met each other before. When he is alive, he is dead, and when he is dead, he is alive. This should be the meeting of their marks. What happened? The Black Emperor was bewildered. Chapter 461. In front of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, Emperor Vicious stood in the black hole. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female, old or young. He stretched out a hand and slowly carved words in the air, and the aura of the great Tao instantly spread out. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the large black dog all widened their eyes and held their breath, wanting to see what he was writing. Cold lightning shot out of their eyes as they stared at the space in front of them. Walala. The Enlightenment ancient tea tree swayed, and all of its leaves were flipping, resonating with the ancient words. The whole tree glowed, and all kinds of small cauldrons, immortals, 8 trigrams, divine bells, and immortal phoenixes appeared. Everyone was stunned. An ancient emperor's carving actually caused the Enlightenment ancient tea tree to react like this. It was imaginable what kind of wondrous state it was in. What did he carve? Two Big Mouth was anxious. Damn it, why can't I see it? The large black dog howled. Not only him, but even Yi Fan and Pang Bo couldn't see it. They couldn't even observe how he wrote. The more they stared, the more dazzled their eyes became. Little darling, what did you see? Yi Fan asked softly. I only saw a cute ghost face. It was very mischievous, crying and laughing at the same time, and it always stood in front of those words. Little darling's large eyes were pure and flawless, and her long eyelashes trembled lightly as she replied. Swish. Vicious disappeared, and Emperor Wuxia walked over with the large bell on his head. The large bell above his head emitted tens of thousands of chaotic strands that were misty like silk ribbons. He merged with heaven and earth, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. He stood at the position where Vicious had just been, and seemed to be observing some ancient words. Then, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and he only started carving after a long time. This time, he still couldn't see anything. The chaotic strands from the large bell blocked everything, and he couldn't understand what the two emperors were carving. I know, the two emperors are competing across the long river of history, the large black dog sighed as he thought of some past events. What do you know? Li Heishui couldn't help but ask. According to the ancient records, Emperor Wuxia once said. The large black dog muttered. The few of them revealed strange expressions. Every time this stupid dog said that it was recorded in an ancient book, no one in the entire eastern wasteland had ever seen such an ancient book. However, they didn't want to interrupt him. Merciless was born very early, 100,000 years earlier than great Emperor Wuxia. Even great emperors couldn't escape death. The time gap between the two was too long, and it was impossible for them to meet. However, great Emperor Wuxia had once understood the other party's battle prowess. His evaluation of ruthless great emperor was that he was terrifyingly strong and said that he had seen the Tao marks left behind by ruthless great emperor. So, the battle took place here. It's a battle that transcended the river of time. It's a pity that I won't be able to see them again. How many elites have died? The large black dog sighed. From what you're saying, none of the ancient emperors survived? Yi Fan's heart was very unsettled. Originally, he still had some wild and fanciful thoughts, but now he felt that that trace of hope was shattered. Sigh. The large black dog sighed softly. This damned dog has too many secrets. Let's use torture on it and force it to tell us. Two Big Mouth suggested. Woof. Alright, stop arguing. Let's hurry up and pick the Enlightenment tea leaves, then leave this place, Yi Fan said. This place was the famous Immortal Mountain, and it was one of the 7 great life-forbidden areas of the Eastern Barren Territory. Every moment they wasted here would mean an additional sliver of danger. Yi Fan had collected over 50 Dao leaves, and there was no way for him to pick them. The Kirin godly medicine seed had already become a dumpling that was wrapped tightly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he took out the god-striking whip, handing it to Pang Bo so that he could try it out. That's right, this piece of wood is so sturdy that even the star sand formed from the bone dregs of ancient sages can't penetrate it. Perhaps it really is refined from a godly root. Pang Bo held the god-striking whip in his hand, and carefully picked the enlightenment tea leaves. Yi Fan held the Kirin seed and caught them below to avoid making a wrong guess and wasting the precious Dao leaves. Swoosh! The leaves of the enlightenment tea tree stuck to the god-striking whip, and didn't fall to the side. This surprised everyone. It really is refined from a godly root. As expected, it's a rare treasure. Unfortunately, it can only attack divine sense, and its power isn't strong enough, the large black dog said. Pang Bo moved quickly, and all the Dao leaves were plucked and stuck to the god-striking whip. They were sparkling and translucent. The little Kirin, the little sun, the little moon, and so on were all different, sparkling and full of the aura of the great Dao. Everyone was extremely excited. Even if 2 Dao leaves were only equivalent to 1 mature leaf, it was equivalent to over 50 enlightenment divine tea leaves. If this spread, even the divine lords would go crazy, and they would fight over it. This was a celestial treasure, a rare holy item that could calm one's mind and help them comprehend the Dao. Even if 1 or 2 Dao leaves might not succeed, 8 or 9 Dao leaves could definitely help them comprehend the Dao once. After reaching the 4 extremities, cultivators needed to comprehend the Dao to break through. If they comprehended it 2 or 3 times, they might break through the shackles and reach a higher level. This was a precious divine item, and it was difficult to buy it even with a large amount of source energy. Normally, it wouldn't be sold. The enlightenment ancient tea tree was already bare, but it was still extremely mysterious, as if it had attracted the supreme Dao, giving people a very special feeling. Why don't we just dig it away? Li Heishui suggested. Yes, that's a good idea. Tu Fei nodded, expressing his agreement. I'll do it. Yi Fan wanted to do it himself. After all, he was an experienced person who had dug the roots of the immortal divine medicine before. Let me help you. Pang Bo stepped forward, wanting to help. Are you all locusts? Why are you even more determined than me? It's fine if you pluck the leaves, but you want to dig the roots as well? You don't even want to leave a single hair behind. This is too much. The large black dog was slightly dumbfounded. Do you still want to come in the future? This is your only chance, Yi Fan said. He placed little Nan Nan on the ground, preparing to do it. The large black dog was almost speechless, and said, Why are you all more like me than me? Could it be that you are influenced by me? They all felt slightly embarrassed, feeling that they were indeed even blacker than the Black Emperor. The large black dog continued, Stop it quickly. Except for the immortal mountain, it can't be planted anywhere else. Great Emperor Wuxia once tried, and he almost killed this old tree. As expected of the god who is often struck by lightning. He actually did this kind of thing, Tu Dazaiba muttered, not realizing that they also wanted to do it. We can't dig the roots, but we can break off some branches. I feel that these branches are also useful, Pang Bo said. That's right, that's how it should be. Tu Fei agreed. Swoosh. Dazzling rays of light shot up into the sky, covering the sun. This old tree was uprooted from the ground, and its 2 main roots were like 2 legs of a human, which was very vivid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It broke out of the ground and started running. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain in the blink of an eye. I'm going to faint, it ran away. Tu Dazaiba's mouth opened wide, and he couldn't close it anymore. Pang Bo was also completely dumbfounded. That old tree actually ran away, and he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. After a long time, he said, F***ck, it ran naked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were tongue-tied. They were speechless for a long time. This old tree was too funny, and it actually ran away just like that. They really didn't know what to say. How is it? Are you dumbfounded? The large black dog's saliva sprayed everywhere, and he scolded them one by one. He was extremely angry, and he said, If you didn't scare it away, us meditating here for 4 hours would be equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. The comprehension ancient tea tree was a kind of immortal godly medicine, and it could naturally fly in the sky and tunnel underground. It could choose its own resting place, and it was very difficult to catch. All right, be content. We've plucked all the Dao leaves on the tree, and any one of them can be sold for hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. It's like we've found a divine treasure trove. Li Heishui's heart was bleeding, but he comforted himself like this. At this moment, only little Nan Nan was very quiet. She blinked her large eyes, and curiously observed everything in the immortal mountain. Let's go, don't waste any more time. Let's leave quickly, Pang Bo urged. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back again, and used her tender childish voice to guide the way. They followed the winding direction of the golden formation patterns. It's very obvious that they're charging toward the center of the immortal mountain range. Are we looking for a path of survival, or are we looking for a path of death? They all muttered. No one knew what was in the center of the immortal mountain range. Even the Void Emperor had entered with the determination to perish together with them, so how could they not be worried? On both sides, there were numerous black mountains that had a majestic aura. They were shrouded in mist, and they were incredibly mysterious. These were all the kings of the mountains, the emperors of the mountains. Every single one of them was difficult to find in this world, and they were incredibly intimidating. They felt as if they had returned to the ancient netherworld. Rumble, the roar of the river traveled over, and they were all shocked. A black river was surging in front of them. It was so black that it was eerie, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality. Just looking at it made one's heart feel suffocated. The waves surged, and it was as if a black evil dragon was about to soar into the sky, making one feel uneasy. In front of it, one's Dao heart would become unstable, and their life source energy would throb. The Netherworld River, does this kind of water really exist in this world? The large black dog was speechless. According to the legends, this was the great river of the Netherworld, and they actually saw it in reality. They couldn't help but be shocked. Look, there's another spring there, and it's frighteningly yellow. Li Heishui pointed. Right on the black river bank, there was a spring that was yellow like corpse water, and it was especially frightening. It gurgled, and it formed a lake not far away. The yellow spring? Yi Fan was astonished. That's right, it's really the yellow spring. Is there really a 9 underworlds? The large black dog was doubtful. The lake formed by the yellow spring was like a yellow dragon pearl, and the black netherworld river was like an evil dragon. The two of them combined, forming a very frightening scene. There's something unimaginable in this evil water. Don't go there. Yi Fan warned. His origin technique could observe the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth, and he felt that this was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Immortal divine medicine. That's right. Look, there really is immortal divine medicine. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Even the large black dog drooled. Right in the yellow spring, a black divine grass slowly floated up, and its fragrance assaulted everyone. It was so fragrant that they couldn't help but want to immediately pounce on it. It was shaped like an orchid, sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved from black jade. It flowed with an intoxicating luster, and it bobbed up and down in the yellow spring with the aura of the great Tao. They all took a deep breath, and all the pores on their bodies opened up. They felt refreshed, as if they had received the purest baptism, and it was as if they were about to ascend to heaven. Heavens, it really is a mature immortal divine medicine. If we can get our hands on it, when we grow old and our life force is exhausted, we can eat it and live another life. We must find a way to get our hands on it. If we miss this kind of heaven-defying treasure, it will be a lifetime of regret. They were all excited. A true immortal divine medicine was many times more precious than the comprehension divine tea leaves. Only the immortal divine fruit from the comprehension ancient tea tree could compare to it. Unfortunately, after the comprehension ancient tea tree's divine fruit ripened, it would fall off by itself after hanging on the branch for more than 1,000 years. Several decades ago, No one knew if it had been plucked by the terrifying creatures in the undying mountain or if it had fallen off by itself. If it wanted to bloom and bear fruit again, it would need at least 5,000 years to ripen, and it might even take more than 10,000 years. Let's do it. We must get our hands on this immortal divine medicine. It won't come again. Even Pang Bo made up his mind. Wait a moment. Originally, Yi Fan was also tempted, but he suddenly thought of something. When the supreme divine kings were revived, there were 3 heaven-defying old freaks who had lived for more than 4,000 years. They broke the limit of a peak expert's lifespan of 2,000 years, and their lifespan had been extended by more than 2 times. At that time, those 3 old freaks had said that they had been chased into the undying mountain by the divine kings 4,000 years ago, and they had survived. They had accidentally eaten the netherworld grass, which was why they had lived until today. This is not an immortal divine medicine. This is the terrifying netherworld grass. If you eat it, your body will become a rotten corpse, and only your divine sense will remain. Yi Fan stopped them. He completely remembered that the 3 heaven-defying old freaks had once said that the netherworld grass had been plucked from a yellow spring pond. This should be the place. After Yi Fan finished explaining in detail, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The netherworld grass had some of the characteristics of an immortal divine medicine, but it had even more terrifying side effects. This kind of thing could not be trifled with. What a pity. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the others were all extremely regretful. The large black dog was even cursing. They had no choice but to continue on their way. They took a long detour around the Netherworld River and the Yellow Spring Pond. Those were exceptionally dangerous places, and even though they were very far away, they could already feel their hair standing on end. Only when they had walked far away did they let out a long breath. The indescribable feeling of oppression had finally lessened. After advancing for several miles, the vegetation had lessened, and there were more rocks. They had entered a large area between stone cliffs. The ground here was dry and hard, and there were only a few ancient trees here and there. This place was very dry, and there were huge rocks everywhere. They discovered an ancient cave that had been excavated by a few people under a black stone cliff. The marks of knives and axes were obvious, and it was engraved with the passage of time. Someone has been here. They discovered a skeleton that was sparkling and translucent like jade. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there was still a luster flowing around it. It was lying in front of an ancient cave. This must be a supreme elite. He most likely entered the undying mountain to extend his life, but he died here. There is a golden token beside him, as well as an ancient scroll that hasn't decayed. Two Big Mouth's eyes were sharp, and he discovered the abnormality under the jade skeleton. Treasure, so many years have passed, and it hasn't been destroyed. It must be something good. The large black dog was the first to pounce forward. Little Nan Nan pointed the way, and they all followed, arriving outside the ancient cave. Clang! The large black dog grabbed the golden token with his large paw. It was shining brilliantly, but it was bone-piercingly cold. Endless killing intent spread out, and he was so shocked that he immediately tossed it onto the ground. Dang! The golden token was only the size of a palm, and there was only a single ancient word on it, kill. Just the killing intent emitted by this single word made the Black Emperor, Yi Fan, and the others feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was a bit difficult to bear, and they all shuddered with fear. The killing intent was too heavy. It was as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless living beings. This single word passed through the ages, and endless killing intent was transmitted over, almost breaking one's bones and muscles. Why is it even more frightening than a supreme vicious weapon? What is this thing? Pang Bo was stunned. This was definitely not a weapon, and there were no Dao patterns engraved on it. It was only a token, yet it possessed a killing intent that transcended the ages, and just the word kill was almost enough to shatter their souls. This is an unparalleled vicious object. They were wary of this golden token, and didn't dare to rashly touch it. It really seemed as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless living beings, and the coldness it exuded could pierce into one's bones. The large black dog grabbed the ancient scroll from under the skeleton, but he seemed to have been given a fright, and he tossed it away almost instantly, crying out in alarm. "What's wrong?" They all retreated in retreat. "This is human skin. It was peeled from the body of an ancient sage, and it's the skin and flesh of a god that hasn't decayed for hundreds of thousands of years," the large black dog said in a trembling voice. "What? This is the skin of an ancient sage?" Everyone was stunned. This sage's human skin was not damaged in the slightest. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but there was still a luster flowing on it, and it was densely engraved with small words. "Quick, take a look. What exactly is written on it?" Everyone's breathing quickened, and their hearts were in turmoil. Using the skin and flesh of an ancient sage to leave behind so many words, it was definitely not an ordinary object. Chapter 462. The sage's skin was squarish, about a foot long. It was in perfect condition, sparkling and almost transparent, glistening with specks of light. It was mysterious and strange, making one's heart uneasy. There were small characters densely packed on it, no matter whether it was the front or the back. There were tens of thousands of characters, and ordinary people couldn't see them clearly at all. The characters were very small. These ancient characters were like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous like dragons and snakes, as if thousands of swords were fixed on it. The sage's skin emitted a sparkling and translucent luster, the terrifying killing intent cutting at one's heart and soul. At this moment it was as if they were standing in an extremely cold place. It was bone-piercingly cold, as if they were facing thousands of wailing creatures, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing before their eyes. What kind of person peeled off the ancient sage's skin and refined it into a piece of paper that recorded characters? It was frightening. This kind of method was cruel and terrifying. The large black dog was intimidated by the ancient sage's divine skin's killing intent. Even his large claws were trembling, and in the end, they spread out on the ground. Even he couldn't hold it, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. It's definitely not the skin of this skeleton on the ground. Because he definitely hadn't reached the sage tier. According to legends, even if the ancient sages died, every inch of their flesh and skin wouldn't rot, and he only had white bones left. This is a killing holy technique. As Big Black read those ancient characters, he couldn't help but tremble, unable to calm down at all. Everyone moved closer, studying it word by word. They had experienced many things, but at this moment, their emotions were fluctuating, and they were excited to the extreme. On the ancient sage's divine skin, there were all kinds of killing methods recorded. It could be called a strange and terrifying holy technique. There was nothing it didn't use, and it was created especially for killing. It's really too terrifying. They read less than half of it, and their bodies emitted a chill, even their scalps were a little numb. It was impossible to guard against secret killing techniques, and they knew that if they faced it, they would most likely be in danger. The killing technique evolved into a kind of Dao, and this was a different path. It killed all the creatures in the world, and used the blood-dripping saint's sword in his hand to achieve a supreme Dao fruit. This is an evil book, a demonic book, it really should be destroyed. Tuda said with a trembling voice. Wrong, this is a supreme Dao, and there are many things worth learning from. If you master it, you can use it to protect your own life instead of killing people, Li Heishui said. I know what this is. The large black dog stared at the sage's divine skin and the golden token, his heart trembling. He thought of some ancient inheritance. You know what it is? They were all shocked, and they all stared at him. It's the Heavenly Court's killing saint technique. The large black dog sighed softly. Countless memories flashed through his mind, and he was unable to calm himself down. Heavenly Court? The few of them were stunned, revealing expressions of disbelief. This Heavenly Court isn't the same Heavenly Court you're talking about. In ancient times, there were 3 great killer god dynasties, and their inheritances are immortal. In fact, they are even more ancient than the ancient holy lands of the eastern wilderness. The large black dog said slowly. An assassin organization evolved into a holy land, and then became an immortal divine dynasty, so one could well imagine how terrifying they were. Practically everyone's expressions changed when the word kill was mentioned. The Holy Lands were all scared, but there was nothing they could do. They all felt great restraining fear, never daring to provoke them. It was because the three great killer divine imperial courts were too terrifying, even daring to assassinate ancient saints. The Holy Land of assassins of the ancient era is not something that the assassin organizations of the future can compare to. They never kill nameless people, only those who are half a step to almighty and above. It's too scary. Tu Fei and the others were frightened. An ancient inheritance, a terrifying great Tao of slaughter. It is indeed incomparably terrifying. The Black Emperor sighed. The Celestial Court, the world of men, and the Hell, these three names were as heavy as a mountain. They represented the three most terrifying inheritances from hundreds of thousands of years ago. These were the three great killer dynasties of ancient times. It wasn't that their secret technique surpassed the ancient scriptures of the Holy Lands, but rather that their Tao was specially created for killing. It was impossible to defend against, and they wanted to use this to prove their supreme Tao fruit. The three ancient killer dynasties had all killed ancient sages. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying force? Moreover, they had all produced invincible killer sages. People who had entered the sage realm through the great Tao of slaughter. Just thinking about it made people's scalps numb. They had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their lives. Their killing techniques were unparalleled in the world. If they wanted to assassinate someone, they could almost determine that person's death. Before the Antiquity era, the three names of the Celestial Court, the world of men, and the Hell were supreme deterrents. No one dared to oppose them. However, this invisible and terrifying atmosphere made the Holy Lands very uneasy and dissatisfied. In the end, they joined hands to attack the three great killer dynasties. The Holy Lands had chosen a good time. At that time, they had all developed to their peak, and several supreme sages had appeared. However, the old sages of the three great killer dynasties were about to pass away. They didn't have much strength to attack, and their successors hadn't appeared yet. It was an earth-shaking war before the Antiquity era. All the Holy Lands had participated in it. Since ancient times, it had only happened a few times. It could be called a great disaster for the human race. In that war, blood flowed everywhere. The ancient killer dynasties were everywhere, assassinating everywhere. It could be said to be an extremely dark and bloody era. No one knew how many top experts had fallen. In the end, the Holy Lands gained the upper hand with their absolute strength. They used extreme weapons to kill the old sages of the three dynasties. The number one killer dynasty, the Celestial Court, fell apart and was completely eradicated. No more inheritances were passed down. The Holy Lands besieged them and killed all the top experts of the dynasty. The two great killer dynasties, the world of men and the Hell, didn't die out. However, they disappeared after that war and were no longer as glorious as they were in the past. This was because they knew that without the extreme weapons of the ancient emperors, even if one's killing power was unparalleled in the world and their killing techniques were unparalleled, they couldn't resist the suppression of the extreme weapons. It was said that the two killer dynasties left the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Land. Some people said that the Eastern Barren Land was still their headquarters, but they were very low-key. After the Antiquity era, the world of men and the Hell also appeared, but they were no longer like before the Antiquity era, where even the Holy Lands had to retreat. The Celestial Court. You mean this is the killing technique of the number one killer dynasty? The few of them were stunned. This snow-white skeleton was actually a person from more than 100,000 years ago. He was a top killer of the Celestial Court, and he died here. It was not hard to imagine that during the chaos of the Dark World, when all the experts of the world worked together to eliminate the killer dynasty, and the Celestial Court was heavily besieged. This person had nowhere to go and escaped into the Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others finally understood why the ancient sage's divine skin and golden command tile were filled with bone-chilling killing intent, difficult for them to endure. The keepsake and mental method of the ancient number 1 killer divine imperial court would naturally be like this. I need to study it carefully. This is a terrifying and ancient inheritance. Even if I don't use it to assassinate others, I can still use it to save my life. Yi Fan read it carefully. He was currently in a serious shortage of all kinds of saint techniques. The little Peking and the other saints were eyeing him covetously, and the inheritance of the ruthless man was confusing. He didn't know how many people had unparalleled saint techniques, so he needed a way to resist them. The few of them squatted down to read it carefully. The inheritance of the celestial court could be said to be priceless. If it were to be spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even a storm of blood. After reading the front side, they looked at the back side, and the more they read, the more frightened they became. Killing people was really unscrupulous, despicable, and just impossible to guard against. In the end, the ancient sage skin scroll came to an end. It pointed out that there was still the second part of the inheritance of the celestial court, which was also the core part. It turned out to be one of the 9 secrets. No wonder they could summon wind and rain in the ancient times, they actually mastered one of the 9 secrets. Could it be the secret of the St. Cliff? Hee hee. The little girl's laughter traveled over. The few of them were only focused on reading the inheritance of the sage skin, so they didn't pay attention to the little girl. At this moment, they discovered to their astonishment that she was playing with a few little creatures and laughing happily. There were a few ancient caves at the bottom of this stone cliff, and the marks of axe chisels were obvious. The little girl ran to the front of an ancient cave, and the little golden horse and the little golden swallow surrounded her. They were extremely obedient, and allowed her to stroke them. What's that? The few of them were astonished. The little golden horse was only slightly more than a foot tall, and there was even a little golden carriage behind it. The little golden swallow was half the size of a palm, and it was fluttering in the wind. There was also a little golden cow that was slightly more than a foot long, and it was rubbing against the little girl's body. Apart from that, there were also some strange little creatures that they couldn't name. They had one similarity, and that was that they didn't have bodies of flesh and blood. Instead, they all had golden bodies, yet they could all move and were extremely lively. These ancient caves are divine mines, and there are saint tools inside. They have already developed intelligence, and they are precious treasures for tool refinement, the large black dog called out excitedly. The few of them all suddenly stood up. To cultivators, secret manuals and weapons would forever be precious things, and anyone would be tempted by them. Heavens, it's too mysterious. There's a little person in the little golden carriage. The little golden person jumped down from the carriage, and tugged on the little girl's sleeve as it bounced endlessly. It was extremely lively, and it was incredibly mysterious. They all came from the ancient caves. Let's go in and take a look. The few of them were just about to walk forward when a terrifying light suddenly spread out from one of the ancient caves. Then, a pair of dark green eyes lit up, and there were tears flowing down them. They were as dazzling as divine lamps, so bright that one couldn't even open their eyes to look at them. In this instant, the few of them were frozen in place, and couldn't move at all. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they couldn't even speak. There were unknown living beings in the ancient caves. Big brothers, what's wrong with you guys? The little girl discovered the abnormality, and ran over, using her small hands to push them away. At this moment, the few of them finally regained their ability to move, but that invisible might was still there, and it had completely locked onto them. Let's hurry up and leave, the large black dog said in a low voice. There's a divine metal in the ancient caves that's intelligent, and it's most likely going to become a holy spirit in the future. Yi Fan endured the boundless killing intent, and put away the golden token as well as the ancient sage's divine skin seal. The few of them quickly retreated, and distanced themselves from the ancient caves. The little girl was reluctant to leave, and she waved her small hands behind her, bidding farewell to the golden people and the other small living beings. Only after they had walked very far away did the terrifying might disappear. Only then did they heave a long sigh of relief. There was definitely an extraordinary existence in there. If it weren't for the little girl, they would all have died there. That white skeleton was a good example. Little girl, how did those small living beings come to your side? Yi Fan asked in detail. Little girl doesn't know, either. They're very cute, and they came to my side of their own accord, the little girl said in a cute and naive manner. If I'm not wrong, there might be a holy artifact exclusive to the Great Emperor, celestial tear green gold, in there, the large black dog said in a low voice. What? Everyone cried out in shock. That's clearly a divine metal mine. Did you guys notice? Those eyes are green, and there are mysterious tears flowing through them. It's definitely celestial tear green gold. The large black dog was even more certain now. Crimson phoenix blood gold, black dragon pattern gold, and celestial tear green gold were all supreme holy artifacts that could only be obtained by chance. Even ancient emperors might not be able to collect them, let alone ordinary people. That piece of celestial tear green gold has already developed a spirit, and it might become a holy spirit in the future. Even supreme elites wouldn't be able to deal with it. Let's hurry up and leave. The few of them were both shocked and regretful. There was actually a supreme holy artifact here, which made their hearts tremble. It was a pity that they couldn't obtain it. Let's be content. We've obtained the saint technique of killing from the celestial court, and we can even rebuild this ancient god dynasty of killing. After advancing for a dozen or so kilometers, the Black Mountain became even more majestic. It was as if they had unknowingly arrived in ancient times, and an ancient aura flowed about, causing their hearts to palpitate. After advancing for another dozen or so kilometers, the Black Mountain seemed to reach the top of the celestial court, and the bottom was pressing down on the 9 underworlds. It was majestic and intimidating, and there were ancient trees and forests that were wreathed in ribbons of black fog. Swoosh! A streak of green light shot up from the Black Mountain ahead, streaking through the sky and flying into the depths of the undying mountain range. A refreshing fragrance flowed down from the sky. Did you guys see it? It's a green turtle. How can it fly in the undying mountain range? None of us can do it. No, it has roots, and even though we're so far away, there's still such an intoxicating fragrance. That's an undying divine medicine. The few of them all stood where they were, feeling extremely shocked. As expected, there were astonishing divine treasures in the undying mountain range. They could fly through the sky and tunnel underground, and choose their own resting place. They actually saw one with their own eyes. That's the legendary undying divine medicine, long live. I didn't expect it to actually be in the undying mountain range. The large black dog was so greedy that he almost bit off his own tongue. In this world, each undying divine medicine was unique. As long as it died, it would disappear from this world, and it would never appear again. Even in the immemorial era, there were only a few divine medicines. What they looked like was recorded in detail. This undying divine medicine was called Long Live. When it matured, it looked like a small green-black tortoise with endless medicinal power. According to legends, eating a mature small black tortoise could prolong one's life by 10,000 years. All kinds of undying divine medicines had different effects. Some could help people understand the Great Path, and some could give people the supreme divine power. This long-lived divine medicine focused on prolonging one's life. It's worthy of being a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Eating it can prolong one's life by 10,000 years. It's so heaven-defying. It's comparable to the lifespan of a saint body. Tu Fei drooled. 10,000 years. Each of the ancient emperors raised an undying divine medicine. They must have lived longer than we can imagine. Pang Bo was also moved. If only we could catch it. Li Heishui's eyes lit up. It's very difficult to catch it. It must have alarmed the long-lived divine medicine when that old tea tree ran away. Now, it has flown into the sky and fled to the depths of the undying mountain to guard against us. The large black dog was annoyed, and he blamed them for frightening the path-understanding ancient tree. This undying mountain is really mysterious. There are all kinds of things: 9 orifices stone man, path-understanding ancient tree, netherworld grass, celestial tear green gold, and now even the long-lived divine medicine has appeared. Yi Fan sighed softly. There are houses there. After advancing for another few miles, little Nan Nan suddenly extended her small hand and pointed ahead. There were many black mountains in front of them. Among them, there were a few that had a heavy aura. Although they weren't very tall, and they were even shorter than the surrounding mountains, they had the aura of a lord among the mountains. Why are there ancient buildings? On those mountains, there were some ancient palaces that looked like ancient temples, but also like shabby Taoist temples. They were extremely old. Who built these? Who dared to build these things in the Undying Mountain? It's really unbelievable. Chapter 463. On the Black Mountains, there were dilapidated palaces that were very old. According to the Black Emperor, they were built in the style of hundreds of thousands of years ago, which was very different from the current world. Obviously, those ancient palaces were carved with Tao patterns. Otherwise, even if they were made of godly metal, they would have decayed long ago. They couldn't have existed for so long. They really wanted to climb the mountain to see, but little Nan Nan said that it was covered by black patterns. There was not a single golden line, and there was only black fog everywhere. The big black dog shuddered and said, "Without the golden path, that place is definitely a place of death. We can't go near it." They looked from afar and saw that there were 4 mountains with ancient buildings. On those mountains, there were medicinal fields with many medicinal herbs. Medicinal fragrance, do you smell it? The strong medicinal fragrance is from spirit items that are tens of thousands of years old. In the outside world, it's hard to find spirit herbs that are thousands of years old, but here, there are spirit herbs that are more than 10,000 years old. Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others couldn't move. They stretched their necks and stared at the medicinal fields on the Black Mountains. The strong medicinal fragrance was coming from there. There were only a few immortal godly medicines in the world, but other rare spirit herbs could reproduce on a large scale. They weren't unique. Since the desolate antiquity, almost no one could enter this place. Those spirit herbs had been growing for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some withered, some flourished. They were all peerless treasures. We don't go to the mountain peak, don't go near those buildings, and only pick a few rare spirit herbs. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Pang Bo couldn't help but ask. There was a medicinal field halfway up each of the 4 black short mountains. Obviously, it was cultivated by humans. They weren't very big, but the medicinal fragrance was strong. Nan Nan, look carefully and see if there are golden patterns around the medicinal field, Yi Fan said softly. Only 1 or 2, and they don't connect to the medicinal field. There's still some distance between them, little Nan Nan answered innocently. Let's go up and see. If we can't, we'll retreat immediately. Yi Fan made this decision. They chose the 3rd short mountain. There was one more golden pattern than the other mountains, and the medicinal field was further away from the buildings on the mountain peak. They walked forward and finally reached the foot of the mountain. They were all very nervous. The medicinal field was full of peerless spirit herbs. If they could pick a dozen of them, they could definitely refine rare spirit pellets. These spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, once formed, would definitely have the effect of reviving the dead. It was comparable to the 9 orifices exquisite pellet of the Taishan sect. It was priceless and was a life-saving treasure. Bones of the dead. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered white bones. The grass was snow-white and sparkling. With one look, they could tell that it was a top-notch master. These are probably of old divine lords who didn't have many years left and entered the forbidden area. Soon, they were the Jade Emperors of Jade-On. Of the Central of Emperor's ancestors, divine emperors. Emperors and 2 of people. They quickly retreating a distance. They all felt a splitting headache, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be burning. Poison. Not only are there 10,000-year-old spirit medicines in that medicinal field, there are also extremely poisonous things that can kill peerless experts. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. Their faces were pale and their bodies were weak. They almost fell to the ground. Their bodies were about to split open and their bones were about to break. It's fine, we won't die. Not long ago, we ate the holy fruit of the ancient desolate forbidden land. That kind of medicinal power can cure all poisons. The Black Emperor clenched his teeth, telling everyone to persevere. Yi Fan and little Nan Nan were not affected, and Pang Bo's poisoning symptoms were also relatively light, so it was not a big deal. Each of us has a leaf of enlightenment tea, that is also the antidote. After that, Yi Fan took out the divine spring and let everyone drink a lot. After swallowing a leaf of enlightenment tea, they all recovered. Even the peerless emperor can be poisoned to death. If we didn't eat the immortal medicine, we would have all died here today. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. Every step they took in this undying mountain range was filled with fear. They stood not far away from the foot of the mountain and looked towards the medicinal field halfway up the mountain. It was lush with all kinds of medicinal herbs, and they had no idea which one was poisonous. There is a corpse in the medicinal field. Pang Bo discovered a corpse that was sitting cross-legged in the medicinal field. Its entire body was dry and flowing with golden light. It did not rot, and its skin was tightly wrapped around its bones, as if it was wearing a layer of golden clothes. That's a bald head, without even a strand of hair. His body is shriveled, but it has not rotted. Li Heishui muttered. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "It's a monk from the western desert. His golden body is not broken, he is clearly an eminent monk. This monk has been dead for at least 10,000 years. His strength is much stronger than the sacred lords, comparable to the peerless divine king of the present age." The Black Emperor came to this conclusion. Even such a person died up there. This is really a dangerous place. A peerless expert like this definitely was not poisoned to death. There are still unknown dangers up there. The large black dog had a serious expression, and completely gave up on the idea of going up to collect the spirit medicine. There is a head in the medicinal field. Tu Fei was shocked. He discovered that the head also had shriveled skin and flesh. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and his hair was as white as snow. His head looked as if it had been torn off by someone. The cut was uneven, and it lay quietly in the medicinal field. It was a ghastly sight. "Let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long." Yi Fan did not let little Nan Nan take a look, afraid that she would be frightened. They retreated quickly, and in this process, they discovered 4 spirit medicines that were 10,000 years old growing in the weeds. If it wasn't for the medicinal fragrance that pervaded the air, they would not have discovered them at all. Tu Fei laughed loudly and walked forward to collect them one by one. The 4 spirit medicines all glowed with 5-colored divine light and contained powerful vitality. They were nourished by the spirit of heaven and earth, and each of them was sparkling and translucent. "We've struck it rich. They can be refined into peerless spirit pills. Each of them is equivalent to a life." Tu Fei grinned so widely that his face almost reached his ears. They guessed that these should be seeds that had fallen from the medicinal field and germinated nearby. They originally wanted to search carefully. However, a loud boom suddenly came from the ancient building on the short mountain, and it almost made their hearts burst. There are living creatures in the ancient palace. They left without looking back, not daring to stay for a moment longer. Even the golden-bodied old monk and the old Daoist had died in the medicinal field. That was definitely a dangerous place. Thump, thump, behind them, it was as if a divine drum was being beaten. The sound was deep and heavy, and each beat made their blood flow faster. The blood vessels in their bodies were about to burst. Why does it feel like the heartbeat of a powerful creature? The Black Emperor was surprised, and said, "If it really is the sound of a heartbeat, it is comparable to the powerful vitality of an ancient royal family." They were just like the ancient tree of comprehension. They were so shocked that they started running madly, not even looking back once. They only slowed down after passing through a dozen black mountain ridges. This is not a solution. We have to get closer to the center of the undying mountain step by step. Pang Bo said in a low voice. "If we put ourselves in a dead end, we will be able to survive." According to the layout of these patterns, there should be a way out, and we can leave the Undying Mountain, the large black dog said uncertainly. After advancing for a dozen miles, they found a giant lake, and there was a stone crocodile stirring up waves in it. It was obviously a terrifying existence. Why is there another stone embryo? I understand. The Black Emperor was pensive and said, in this Undying Mountain, we don't know how many supreme beings there are, but one is definitely a holy spirit. The 9 orifices stone man and this stone crocodile should be its descendants. They took a long detour, but the stone crocodile still discovered them. However, when it fixed its eyes on little Nan Nan, it sank back into the bottom of the lake, and did not appear again. They all rejoiced. If it was not for little Nan Nan, they would have definitely died on this trip. There was no way out at all. In the Undying Mountain, every step was a land of death. With their strength, they could not go very far. A divine object from the outer realm, the large black dog shouted, his large tongue sticking out very long. His face was filled with shock. Right in front of them, there was an azure gold disc. It had a diameter of 300 meters, and it was lying in a pile of rocks. It was almost completely submerged by the giant rocks. It was precisely the divine object that the divine masters were fighting over. It had crashed into a cliff, and was buried under the rocks. It flickered with a cold radiance, and was mysterious and unfathomable. A divine object refined by an ancient sage. This is a rare treasure. Don't go over. Is there a golden pattern there? It is completely enshrouded by black light. Little Nan Nan's voice was very tender. What? Another land of death. The large black dog was filled with disappointment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also very helpless. No one wanted to go over and find out more than them. They wanted to see whether it was a divine object left behind by an ancient sage, or a kind of outer realm civilization. In the end, they finally approached the central region of the Undying Mountain. 27 great mountains towered into the clouds. They were pitch black like ink, and all of them were enshrouded in ribbons of black mist, blocking their way. Every one of them was a ruler of the great mountains, and their aura was oppressive, making one feel suffocated. They were majestic, and a terrifying aura that would never change flowed through them. On the Black Mountains, even though ancient trees towered into the sky and were verdant and lush, it still made one feel intimidated. 27 great peaks are blocking the east. Look, there is a row of great peaks standing side by side in every direction. If there are 27 of them, then there are a total of 108 mountain kings standing tall, surrounding the center of Undying Mountain. What kind of place was the central region of the Undying Mountain? They were all filled with intense curiosity, but they were well aware that once they approached, they would undoubtedly die. Where is our path of survival? By now, they were almost in despair. If they continued to advance, they would really have to climb over these great mountains, and enter the central region. There is a chessboard there, and it is filled with golden light. Little Nan Nan pointed at an ancient forest in a cute and innocent manner. A chessboard filled with golden light. The large black dog immediately jumped up, and said, "It must be the gate of life left behind by the Void Emperor." Little Nan Nan led the way, and they entered this ancient forest. Sure enough, they saw a massive chessboard that crisscrossed, and was engraved with Dao patterns. However, apart from the little girl, no one else could see those golden lights. This is great, this must be the gate of life. We can slowly explore the way. The Black Emperor was very excited. This was engraved by a great emperor, and contained all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. To him, it was a divine treasury. The large black dog squatted beside the chessboard, and began to ponder. They couldn't see anything, and began to look around. Not good, there are living beings appearing in the central region of the Undying Mountain. Li Heishui said in a low voice. His expression changed drastically. There really are living beings appearing. Pang Bo was astonished. 27 great mountains stood side by side in front of them, blocking the central region. Demonic clouds swirled about, and a living being flew out. At first, it was very blurry, but after passing through the black fog, it became clear all of a sudden. He doesn't have a head. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. What he saw was unimaginable. That was a headless horseman, and he wore black iron clothes. He was tall and mighty, and he held a black spear in his hand. He had a posture that could intimidate the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head, and there was a lot of blood around his neck. He was sitting on a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail, raising its head and neighing. It was shockingly powerful, and its stone hooves that were as large as the mouth of a bull would shatter the void every time they landed. A headless horseman appearing in the central region of the Undying Mountain was really shocking. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that he didn't come over, and only appeared between the 27 Great Mountains. What exactly is there in the central region of the Undying Mountain that such a terrifying existence actually appeared? He doesn't have a head, yet he is still alive. I can't see through his strength at all, but that stone horse is already so terrifying, so his strength can be imagined. The headless horseman was extremely terrifying. He was still more than 10 kilometers away from this place, but the powerful aura he emitted could be clearly felt, and it was surging like the tide. Black Emperor, have you figured out anything? Yi Fan urged. If they didn't leave quickly, and the headless horseman discovered them, there might be a great disaster. He had rushed out from the Undying Mountain, and it was impossible to determine what kind of existence he was. Even if little Nan's background was extraordinary, she might not be able to suppress him. Alright, I've figured it out. This is a formation pattern left behind by an ancient great emperor, and we can use it to cross the void and leave, the large black dog said. He was filled with joy. Not only could he escape from this place, he had also obtained such a formation pattern, which made him incredibly excited. Are you sure you understand? Yi Fan asked. He felt that this damn dog was too unreliable. Every time they crossed the void, it would deviate by several million kilometers. He was really afraid that a great problem would occur here. Who am I? Don't worry. The large black dog said proudly. However, in the end, he still felt slightly guilty, and said, however, for the sake of safety, we can do it one by one. Who will go first? Hearing him say this, no one dared to say anything. They really didn't have confidence in him. The large black dog was very angry, and he said, Don't you trust me that much? Fine, I'll go first. Pang Bo said. No, let's do it together. Yi Fan stopped him. Pang Bo smiled, and said, This damn dog is right. It's safer to do it one by one. Don't worry, we're all people with great fortune. The large black dog became even more furious, and he said, How can you all not trust me like this? I trust you. You must teleport Pang Bo to a safe place, Yi Fan said. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any problem. Just teleport him to the sky-gazing city that we just left not long ago. The large black dog looked like he had everything under control. He chose a spot on the chessboard, and then had Pang Bo stand on it. He activated the Dao patterns that densely covered the chessboard, and with a flash of light, Pang Bo suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, a series of strange symbols appeared where he had been, flashing incessantly. They were incredibly profound. When the large black dog saw this, his mouth opened very wide, and his tongue almost fell onto the ground. He stuttered, and mumbled in a low voice, F***ck, how did he teleport so far? What the hell? Yi Fan felt that something was wrong, and he grabbed him, and asked, Where did you teleport Pang Bo to? Don't worry, he didn't teleport very far. We'll definitely see him again in the future, the large black dog explained guiltily. Hearing this, Yi Fan was even more certain that Pang Bo was definitely extremely far away. He grabbed him tightly, and said, Hurry up and tell me, where did you teleport Pang Bo to? Don't worry, it's very close, just to the west of the eastern wilderness, the large black dog explained. That's close? We're in the central area of the eastern wilderness, and you teleported him to the western area. If you expect him to fly back by himself, it'll take at least 2 to 3 years. Yi Fan was furious. Cough. The large black dog coughed dryly, and he felt even guiltier. He said, "You've misunderstood. What I mean is, I accidentally teleported him to the west of the eastern wilderness. Cough, to be more precise, the middle state. Damned dog, I'll kill you." Yi Fan clutched the large black dog's neck, and he was flustered and exasperated. Pang Bo was teleported to the middle state, and if he were to fly back by himself, it would take at least 5 to 6 years. If it was far enough, it might even take more than 10 years. This damned dog is too ridiculous. Tu Fei and Li Heishui were also dumbfounded, and they were extremely angry. "Let go." The large black dog struggled, but it was obvious that he didn't have enough strength, and he knew that he had caused trouble. "You said it was teleported to the sky-gazing city in the central area of the eastern wilderness, but in the end, it deviated to the middle state. How could you be so ridiculous?" Yi Fan wanted to beat him up. Cough, since ancient times, the middle state is a land of great heroes, and there are endless ancient inheritances. Pang Bo obtained the Demon Emperor's ancient scriptures, and what he lacks most now is experience. "It's good for him that he went to the middle state," the large black dog said confidently. "This damned dog is too unreliable." Li Heishui and Tu Fei were also furious. "No matter what, it's good enough that he was teleported out of the immortal mountain." The more the large black dog spoke, the more confident he became. Then, as if he had thought of something, he screamed, "Oh no, half of the comprehension tea leaves are with him. There are more than 50 leaves." Yi Fan gave the god-striking whip to Pang Bo, and he kept it with him to harvest the comprehension tea leaves. The large black dog screamed, and he was extremely annoyed. However, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Pang Bo went to the middle state alone, and with these divine objects, he finally had some protection. "Divide the comprehension tea leaves. Divide them quickly," the large black dog shouted. The Kirin seed in Yi Fan's hand also had about 50 leaves. Immediately, he divided them, and the large black dog, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui got more than 10 leaves each. "Who will come this time?" the large black dog asked. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe you." Li Heishui and Tu Fei shook their heads. "If you don't believe me, you will be trapped in the immortal mountain." The large black dog curled his lips. In the end, Tu Fei gathered his courage and stood out, saying, "Damned dog, if you dare to teleport me to the middle state, I will come back and fight with you. Don't worry. It was just a mistake. This time, I promise there will be no problem." The large black dog vowed. Tu Fei stood still, stepping on the Dao patterns. The Black Emperor pondered for a while, then activated the Dao pattern. He said to himself, "This time, it won't be so ridiculous, right?" Swoosh. A light flashed, and Tu Fei disappeared. A series of strange patterns appeared where he had been, which were extremely mysterious. The large black dog gawked and dropped his jaw. He stammered and couldn't say anything. Seeing his expression, Yi Fan and Li Heishui knew it was bad. This damned dog had made a big mistake again. They jumped on him, strangling him and saying, "Where did you teleport Tu Fei to?" "Cough, let go. It's not far this time. I just sent him to the north," the large black dog said. "North Territory?" "Cough, it's the northern plains. I will kill you." Li Heishui didn't let go of him. The northern plains, the eastern barren territory, the middle state, the southern mountains, and the western desert were the northernmost areas of this world. It was totally different from the northern barren territory of the eastern barren territory. The northern plains is a desolate place with no signs of human habitation for millions of miles. It's either a vast grassland or a vast desert. It's possible that you won't see a single person even if you walk for a lifetime. You teleported him to that desolate place. Li Heishui and the Black Emperor started to quarrel. Boom! Suddenly, the headless horseman in the center of the undying mountain emitted a monstrous wave. He rode that tall stone horse and rushed over. The horse's hooves were as big as bowls. Every step he took shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. "Oh no, the Death Horseman is coming," Yi Fan said in surprise. "This time, let's go together. Quick, stand in here," the large black dog shouted. "Doggy, you have to be careful. This time, don't teleport us to the Western Desert," little Nan Nan said innocently. Chapter 464. The Headless Horseman was tall and majestic, and the iron clothes on his body glowed with a cold light. His aura was oppressive, and it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. He was like a god that had lost his head, and his aura covered the heaven and earth. Even the sky was trembling because of him, and the endless black mountains were rumbling and shaking. He held a black spear in his hand, and his horse galloped in the sky. His powerful battle intent soared into the sky, and he was like an immortal ancient god of war, charging over from the ancient times. He activated the terrifying aura of the immortal mountain range. Endless black fog surged, and the entire heaven and earth trembled under the horse's hooves. Everything wailed under the spear. Rumble, the Death Horseman galloped in the sky, and the void collapsed. Endless black cracks spread out in all directions, and the immortal mountain range was a terrifying scene. The large black dog was scared out of his wits. This kind of headless horseman was too terrifying. If he got close enough, with a sweep of his spear, everyone would be destroyed in body and soul. He stuck out his tongue very long, and his heart was burning with anxiety. His large claws continuously moved, changing the details of the formation patterns, and trying to adjust the direction of the teleportation. "Doggy, do your best." Little Nan Nan was also very nervous. She hid in Yi Fan's arms, and looked timidly at the headless horseman that was almost right in front of them. The large black dog desperately activated the Dao patterns, and his large claws slammed down one last time. Endless light surged, and with a flash, they disappeared from where they were. They finally succeeded in crossing the void at the last moment. In the instant that they disappeared, the headless horseman arrived, and his spear pierced through heaven and earth, collapsing the space, and pierced their afterimages. An incomparably terrifying might surged like a tsunami, and the entire primitive ancient forest was instantly turned into powder. Nothing existed anymore. However, the formation patterns left behind by the Void Emperor were not destroyed, and were still preserved. This place formed a world of its own, and was filled with the aura of the Great Tao. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others appeared, and looked around in confusion. There were golden sand everywhere, and the sun was scorching. The dryness and heat made one's body feel like it was about to burn. The surroundings were completely silent, and there was not the slightest sound. This was a golden desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. All the sand was extremely hot, and under the scorching sun, it released a scalding heat that could almost roast a person. There wasn't a trace of wind, and the heat wave was like an oven. The scorching heat was unbearable. There was no life in the golden desert, and it was as if there were flames burning. "Doggy, you didn't really teleport us to the Western Desert, right?" Little Nan Nan asked, her voice very tender. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were completely dumbfounded. The endless desert, under the scorching sun, was flowing with golden light, like a scorching furnace. Both of them screamed. "Damned dog, I'm going to skin you." "That's ridiculous. From the eastern wastelands to the central plains, all the way to the western desert? Even with your eyes closed, that's more accurate. How did you do it?" The two of them pounced over, pressing down on the large black dog, and began to fight it. This damned dog was too infuriating, and if they didn't give it a good beating, they wouldn't be able to appease their anger. "Just an accident, just an accident." The large black dog was also a bit dumbfounded. "Can you go any further? From the easternmost point of this world to the westernmost point? If you're not careful, will you teleport us to the sun?" "Am I that ridiculous?" the large black dog mumbled. "Isn't this ridiculous? You're really a genius." Even if little Nan Nan was the one to activate the Dao pattern, she wouldn't be so unreliable. Actually, the Western Desert is not bad. The Tempest Temple on Mount Meru is a divine place, and countless cultivators go there every year to make a pilgrimage. We can go there for a walk, the large black dog said. Yi Fan and Li Heishui wanted to kill it, but this damned dog was still stubborn and spoke with justice. It really deserved a beating. You teleported Pang Bo to the Central Plains, sent Tu Fei to the North Plains, and brought us to the Western Desert. Damn. I've never seen such a ridiculous dog like you. Pang Bo is easy to deal with. If we go to a place with outstanding people, maybe we'll have a great opportunity. But how can Tu Fei, who likes crowds, endure it? He can walk in the North Plains for dozens of years without seeing a single person. Facing the barren land all day, won't he go crazy from boredom? The two of them scolded the Black Emperor together, while little Nan Nan was very obedient, playing with the sand at the side. She didn't feel sad or worried at all. For peerless spirit herbs that are tens of thousands of years old are smeared on Big Mouth. It's like he has 4 more lives. He definitely won't die. The large black dog was still stubborn, and at the same time, he was extremely angry, regretting that he didn't distribute the peerless spirit herbs first. This damned dog is too outrageous. Damn, I'm so angry, beat it up. Woof. A battle between a human and a dog occurred, and they started fighting in the Golden Desert. The barking lasted for a long time before it slowly quieted down. Finally, they flew out of the desert, looking for green continents and prosperous cities. Something's not right. After flying for a few hundred miles, they saw lush mountain peaks. Soon, they were out of the desert. It was completely different from what they had expected. Who are you? How can you enter the martial arts practice ground of our Wind tribe? Someone shouted in front of them. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. What did you say? Wind tribe? Which Wind tribe? Is it the tribe of that little girl Feng Huang? The large black dog asked. How dare you blaspheme our tribe's princess like this? Those people's expressions were all very ugly. The large black dog instantly cried out strangely. Then, he ferociously pounced at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, saying, Brat, did you hear that? This is the central region of the Eastern Desolation, not the Western Desert. Just now, you two actually dared to treat me like that. They quickly understood the situation, and didn't leave the Eastern Desolation. This desert was formed by the battles of the elites of the Wind tribe over the years, and it was over 1,000 miles long. You are the saintly Fiziki Fan, and he is that evil dog? Someone recognized them, and their expressions all changed. Damn, do you know how to speak? You call him the saintly physique, but you should at least call me the saintly spirit. The large black dog bared his white teeth, shocking those people. The people of the Wind tribe looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't say anything. The doomsday saintly physique even dared to kill the saintess of a supreme sect in the Middle State, so they naturally didn't want to be unlucky. This place was only a few hundred miles away from the Wind tribe. It could be said that they had already arrived at this important place of the holy tribe. As they flew past, they unexpectedly saw many people rushing over. What's going on? Why are they all gathering towards the Wind tribe? Li Heishui was puzzled. Yi Fan stopped a passerby and asked him the reason. He unexpectedly found out that the 1500th birthday of the Wind tribe's Saint Lord was approaching, and many people had come to offer their blessings. Brother Yi, Brother Li, it really is a small world. Loud laughter came from the distant sky. The great Xia Prince Xia Yiming and the white-clothed little nun Xia Yilan flew over. There were also a few elders beside them, and they were obviously all super experts. Brother Xia, why have you come? Yi Fan asked with a smile. The Wind tribe's Saint Lord's birthday is approaching, so we came to offer our blessings, Xia Yiming said with a smile. Their uncle had come personally, and the two of them accompanied him. They wanted to get to know some young elites, so they came to the central region. Let's go together, the great Xia Prince said with a smile. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. He was indebted to the Saint Lord of the Wind clan. Now that he was here and was invited by the Prince of Grand Xia, if he were to reject, it wouldn't be too good for him. The Wind tribe was the most ancient clan in the eastern wasteland. They were both powerful and mysterious. They learned from the world and obtained the supreme mysteries of the great Tao. They were an extremely powerful clan. From the fact that the Supreme Divine King had chosen them and wanted Yi Fan to marry him, one could see some clues. In the eastern wasteland, no one was willing to offend them. They all wanted to be on good terms with them. The Wind Tribe had gone through various periods of chaos, but they never declined. They had already become a super colossus that overlooked the world. Their foundation was so deep that few could compare to them. From afar, the Wind Tribe's atmosphere was shocking. The 800 floating islands were scattered all over the place, shining like pearls. Every single island was different from the others. They were like pure lands that could make people feel at ease. The Wind Tribe is really astonishing. The legends say that they have 800 divine islands, and it is indeed true. Li Heishui praised. The 800 islands did not move at all as they hung in the sky. Celestial mist surged, and it was like a beautiful divine land. Celestial flowers bloomed, waterfalls flowed, and springs flowed. 5 colors lingered, and it was otherworldly. There were also many palaces on the islands. They were richly ornamented, and there were dragons and phoenixes coiled around them. Celestial clouds flowed, and it was like an otherworldly kingdom of gods. Many celestial cranes, colorful birds, and other spirit beasts flew between the islands. In the innermost depths, there were endless mountains that stood high in the sky. They were majestic, and intimidating. In the middle of the mountains, there was a grand ancient city that would never sink. Outsiders could not see it. There was one of the most powerful holy lands, and it was said that it was an ancient city left behind by gods. Many legendary figures of the Wind Tribe stood outside the divine islands, welcoming everyone with smiles, and constantly clasping their hands to express their gratitude. Dogs that have not taken human form are not allowed to enter. Someone stopped Yi Fan and the others, not allowing the large black dog to enter no matter what. In the past, even when your sect master invited me, I would not come. The large black dog was furious. This is the rule. Beast pets are not allowed to enter. The expressions of those from the Wind Tribe were very ugly. Who is a beast pet? The human pets that I have taken and have all entered, so why are you not allowing me to enter? He shouted in anger. He stretched out a large paw and pointed at some disciples of the Holy Lands. There were indeed people who had been captured by the large black dog before. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to skin him alive and flee into the 800 islands. They did not want to provoke an even more embarrassing incident. Let them enter. An elder from the Wind Tribe walked over. Yi Fan recognized him. He had seen him in the northern region Divine City before, and he bowed in greeting. Different people were led into different islands. Yi Fan and the others went deep into a massive island. Most of the people here were young disciples of the Holy Lands. When they entered, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many holy sons and holy daughters came, and all of them revealed strange expressions. They were shocked that Yi Fan was still alive. That was because half a year had almost passed, yet he had actually not died yet. Cough. Yi Fan coughed out a trace of blood, and he absent-mindedly wiped it away with a white cloth. Many people could not describe their feelings. In the southern region, they had seen him often coughing up blood, yet he could battle the inheritor of Ruthless, Hua Yunfei, and kill the holy daughter of a supreme sect in the Middle State. Now, he was still coughing up blood, causing many people to silently criticize him. They felt that he should be struck by lightning. He always misled people, and in the end, he killed a large number of people every time. It really made them speechless. Is Brother Ye's body well? Yao Guang Saint's son asked. His body was shrouded in a divine halo, and it was difficult for others to feel ill will. Holy light covered his body, and he was like a son of God walking in the mortal world. I can probably live for another half a month, Yi Fan replied. Brother Yi must be joking. You will definitely be able to pass through the death trial. Yao Guang Saint's son smiled. Since you, this short-lived ghost, do not have many days left to live, why don't you quickly battle me? The golden-winged little Peng King walked over. He was tall and majestic, and his golden pupils were terrifying. He was like a demonic god descending into the world, incomparably oppressive. You think I'm scared of you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I don't mind eliminating you. Yi Fan suddenly turned around to face this demonic male. The other party had provoked him several times, so this battle was unavoidable. The other holy sons and holy daughters were all moved. These were two peak experts of the current younger generation. If they fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. It was a world-shocking battle that everyone was looking forward to. Little bird, your life is truly tough. The Black Emperor muttered. Hung. The golden-winged little Peng King snorted coldly. Two streaks of cold lightning shot out from his golden pupils. He, the Wind Phoenix, and the others were not forced into the Undying Mountain. They had escaped by a hair's breadth, but it was much smoother than Yi Fan's group. Brother Peng, are you going to fight with someone? The Wind Phoenix walked over in spirals. Even though she was wearing a multicolored mask, her phoenix bearing was moving and her celestial appearance was exceptionally beautiful. She smiled lightly and said, "Today is not a good time to fight. We can postpone the battle and let us see a confrontation at the peak." Everyone revealed strange expressions. They were very clear about her relationship with Yi Fan. Seeing her attitude, they all felt that there would definitely be a good show to watch soon. Chapter 465. There were young people everywhere on the huge divine island. They were all the elites of the great sects, and they all had impressive talents. However, after seeing the Alcade Saint Child and the Ji clan's divine king physique, everyone consciously chose to keep a low profile. Then, after seeing the little Peng King and Yi Fan, everyone became even more restrained, fearing that these two fiends would come knocking on their doors. The little Peng King had always been arrogant and untamed. If he was ruthless, he wouldn't even recognize his own kin. Rumor has it that he had killed 13 of his own race. He was cold-blooded and cruel, possessing a natural demonic nature. There was no need to talk about Yi Fan. He had killed many disciples from the Holy Lands. Many of the Alcade and Ji clan's disciples had fallen in his hands, and even the Purple Mansion Saintess had been suppressed by him. Not long ago, he had even killed the saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains. How many people dared to provoke him? The younger generation had to take a detour after seeing him. After the Wind Phoenix's interference, the little Peng King snorted coldly and stared fixedly at Yi Fan. "I'll let you live for a few more days. Birdman, if you dare to talk to me like this again, I'll kill you right now. I don't care where this is." Yi Fan stood up and pressed forward. His golden finger quickly arrived at the little Peng King's nose. "You dare to point at me?" The little Peng King's eyes turned vertical. He flipped his right hand and grabbed at Yi Fan's finger, wanting to break it. Dang! Yi Fan's finger emitted divine radiance as it slashed at the enemy's hand, wanting to break it. His divine physique had just formed, and his physical body was unparalleled. He wanted to infuriate the little Peng King and cause him to suffer greatly. However, when the two collided, an ear-splitting sound rang out like the beating of a divine drum. The little Peng King staggered backwards. His palm was bright red with blood flowing out. Even though he had slashed the little Peng King away, Yi Fan was astonished. His physical body was so powerful that no one in the same generation dared to face it head-on. However, the little Peng King took it head-on. Even though he suffered greatly, his palm did not break. This didn't make sense. The Sky Peng race could kill the Dragon race, and their physical bodies were indeed unparalleled. However, it was impossible for them to face the current Yi Fan head-on. Boom! Golden-winged little Peng King's hands were flowing with golden blood. Then, it ignited into golden divine light, and the injured parts quickly recovered. His palms were powerful, and there were no longer any injuries. This is Sky Rock True Blood. He received the baptism of the heavenly Peng True Blood. Everyone was shocked. In the past, the old Peng King had obtained the heavenly Peng True Blood from an ancient ruin. This was a sacred object left behind by the heavenly Peng race's ancestor. It could help his descendants transform into the heavenly Peng's sacred body. The old Peng king used some of it himself, but he kept most of it. At this moment, everyone saw the golden blood burning into divine flames between his palms and fingers. They immediately understood what had happened. After hearing their words, Yi Fan stared blankly. Then, in an extremely domineering manner, he pressed forward and once again pointed at the little Peng's nose, saying, "If you're not convinced, then come and try again." Everyone was stupefied. What kind of person was the little Peng king? Who dared to treat him like this? The sacred doomsday physique was indeed fearless, pointing at his nose and coldly scolding him in front of everyone in the younger generation. Wang! The little Peng king released a cold snort. His palm was as large as a dustpan as it slammed forward, releasing endless golden radiance. He truly wanted to break Yi Fan's bones and snap his tendons. Dang! Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He raised his hand to meet the attack. The millstone-sized golden palm seemed like it was forging iron, shaking the entire island. The sacred doomsday physique's body was unparalleled, comparable to a holy lord-level figure. He struck the little Peng king until he retreated more than 10 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger was completely torn, and blood flowed out. Do you think that you are number one under the heavens after the baptism of the heavenly Peng true blood? Unless you dig out an even older ancestor and obtain the Kuan Peng true blood, you can come and give it a try. Yi Fan continued to press forward with large steps. He still extended his right hand and pointed at the little Peng king's nose, berating him in front of everyone. This kind of attitude could be said to be quite disrespectful, but Yi Fan did not mind. This was because the little Peng king was too arrogant, provoking and wanting to kill him again and again. He was doing this intentionally. The saint children and saintesses all stood at the side. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. The little Peng king's physique that was cleansed with the sky Peng true blood was inferior to the sacred doomsday physique. This completely destroyed their hope. Now, they could only use their overflowing magic power to suppress him. Good, good, good. The little Peng king shouted coldly, "After this matter is over, I will fight with you. I will use supreme magic power to suppress you to death." Yi Fan did not say anything else. He raised his golden palm and slapped over. To deal with this wild and unruly madman, he could only be more arrogant than him. The little Peng king's lungs were about to explode from anger. He was pointed at and berated by someone, and now, a golden palm was slashing him. This was an experience he had never experienced before. Especially now, in front of everyone in the younger generation, it was difficult for him to bear. Little Yi is too immoral. He wants to anger the little Peng king and eat him to death, Li Heishui muttered. Serves him right. Otherwise, he would always act like he is number one in the world. Every time we meet, he thinks he is invincible and looks down on us. He is incredibly arrogant. This is how we should treat him, the large black dog said. Dang! Another loud sound rang out. The little Peng king's body trembled violently from the strike. He gave a long cry, and his entire body shone with golden light. It was as if a demon god had awakened. His head of golden hair danced wildly, and he was about to battle Yi Fan. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Fan took a step forward. His palm turned into a golden divine tablet that was carved with congenital patterns. He was about to strike out. Enough. The wind phoenix walked over and blocked Yi Fan. She was graceful, and the phoenix mask on her face shone with five-colored splendor. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, as if she was a goddess of the ninth heaven who had descended into the mortal world. Do you have anything to say? Yi Fan asked indifferently. My grandfather's 1500th birthday is approaching, yet you are making a scene here. What are your intentions? The princess of the Wind clan rebuked. Didn't you see that he was the one who provoked me time and time again? Yi Fan glanced at her. I only saw that you are unreasonable. The Wind Phoenix's words were cold. You also said that I am reasonable. You should go and ask him why he is provoking and making a scene here before the birthday of the divine leader of the Wind Clan. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Humph. The little Peking revealed his killing intent, but he forcefully suppressed his anger and turned to leave. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and explode. He walked to the other side of the giant island, away from Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled lightly and brushed past the Wind Phoenix. He ignored her and started to converse with others. The Wind Phoenix faltered, but seeing his attitude, it was not good for her to act up. She humphed coldly and turned to leave, leaving behind a fragrant scent. The prince of the Xia kingdom, Yao Yuekong, Yi Fan, and Li Heishui were talking. They were of high status and were not afraid of anyone. During this time, Yi Fan asked the little nun in white where the divine silkworm had gone. Xia Yilin wrinkled her nose and sighed. She had seen the divine silkworm several times in the northern region, but the little golden creature had completely forgotten about her and ignored her. It had even disappeared recently. Is this the holy body, Brother Yi Fan? You really are a generation's genius. To be able to meet you today, it truly is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. A refined and elegant man walked over. His face was white, and a gentle smile hung on his face. You are? Yi Fan was confused. My name is Zhao Fa. I am just a nobody. I can't compare to Brother Yi. I came here because I have the guts to make a friend. Zhao Fa smiled. Be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. He comes from the Ziwei sect. Their heritage is mysterious and they are not a holy land. However, their disciples are all powerful. Yao Yuekong transmitted his voice. When Yi Fan heard the words Ziwei, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but size up Zhao Fa. He looked very gentle and did not look like a cultivator. Li Heishui also transmitted his voice. I have heard of this guy. He is not a good person. He has a sweet mouth but a cold heart. He likes to play dirty at critical moments. He has a bad reputation. The Ziwei sect is not very powerful, but they are rich and have a hand in many industries. Brother Zhao, you are too polite. We are friends. There is no need to be so polite, Yi Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Fa said a lot and finally got to the point. He wanted to buy Yi Fan's black golden dragon holy spirit sword at a high price. He also wanted to buy the seed of the Qilin divine medicine. Yi Fan thought for a while and understood. Everyone knew that he did not have long to live. Zhao Fa wanted to get his treasures in advance. He couldn't help but laugh. It's not that I don't want to sell it, but I can't. In a few days, I might have to sever my cultivation and use the seed of the Qilin to prolong my life. I will become a normal mortal. As for the black golden dragon holy spirit sword, I plan to use it to exchange for some peerless spirit medicine to prolong my life. Not only was Zhao Fa shocked, but the other saints and saintesses also looked over. He wanted to sever his cultivation just to survive. Was this true? This was a big deal. Brother Yi, it is a pity that you have encountered such a disaster. I believe that you will definitely be able to get through this and shine in the future. Zhao Fa laughed and turned to leave. After a while, little Nan Nan raised her head and shook Yi Fan's leg. Big brother, he is not a good person. Nan Nan heard him. He was very fierce just now. Nan Nan, what did you hear? Yi Fan was surprised and squatted down. He didn't expect the little girl's hearing to be so extraordinary. Little Nan Nan heard that Zhao Fa was talking to someone in secret. They wanted to harm Yi Fan and rob him of his treasures before he died. Or if he became immortal, she would kill him. Yao Yuekong and the Xia prince were shocked. They didn't hear anything, but little Nan Nan knew everything. It was really shocking. Little Nan Nan was like a porcelain doll, very obedient. The little nun in white squatted down and picked her up. She seemed to be very fond of her and gave her a spirit fruit. We will deal with him later. How dare he have such an idea? Li Heishui said fiercely. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't lower yourself to his level. Isn't Ziwei rich enough to rival the world? I have other plans. Soon, a few disciples of the Feng clan walked over. When they passed by Yi Fan, they obviously didn't have a good expression. They couldn't forget the 3 million kilograms of source stone. Someone muttered softly, "You still have the nerve to come, young people, you should look further. No matter what, he has obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Isn't returning the 3 million kilograms of source stone a piece of cake?" The large black dog glanced at them a few times. "We are about to lose our lives. How can we return it?" One of them was very rude. He had been suppressed by Yi Fan before. The servant of the Wind Phoenix was also at the side. She said, "You should hand over the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and the seed of the Qilin divine medicine. It is not enough to return the 3 million kilograms of source stone." "All right, I'm going to live on just because of what you said." Yi Fan laughed. "You, what do you mean?" All the young people of the Feng clan were shocked. They couldn't help but take a step back. All the holy sons and holy daughters also looked over. "I mean, soon, I will sever my own cultivation and become immortal. I will strive to become a Yuan Taoist master. At that time, I will return the source stone to you," Yi Fan said. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Yi Fan had indeed obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Perhaps he really was going to step onto another path. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The divine physique really didn't have much time left. It was time to make a choice. At the same time, they were somewhat surprised. Even if Yi Fan's cultivation was completely destroyed, if he became a Yuan Taoist master, he would still be an honored guest of all the great sage. Chapter 466. I really don't believe that Brother Yi would sever his own cultivation. When a person stands at the peak, he would rather die than return to being ordinary just to survive. The saint child smiled. His teeth were white, and his skin was flowing with golden light. Even his hair had turned golden. It was as if he was wearing a divine robe. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He finally saw the saint child's edge. This was the first time he had attacked him. Although it was not very obvious, it was a powerful killing move. Yi Fan said he would sever his own cultivation, but the other said such a thing. This was an imprint in everyone's heart. In the future, people would definitely come to test him. Sometimes, the destructive power of a single sentence was more effective and terrifying than a real battle. The saint child's casual words had already planted a seed in everyone's heart. Everyone's state of mind is different, so their choices are also different. I don't have your great ambition, so I can naturally let it go. I only hope to survive. Yi Fan smiled. Brother Yi is very courageous. You are the first saint physique to break the curse in hundreds of thousands of years. How could you be willing to give up? I hope Brother Yi can successfully pass the death trial. The saint child's smile was bright, and his whole body was emitting divine light. Yi Fan sighed and said, "Before you is the Supreme Emperor's road, and before me is the road of death. I wish you a smooth journey." The ancient emperor's road could not be smooth. He had to fight against the various kings and sweep away the heroes in the world. Only then could he rule the world. After Yi Fan said these words, although the saints did not say anything, no one knew what they were thinking. The saint child did not mind at all. His hair was dyed golden, and he was like a reincarnated god. He smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He definitely won't survive. Even if he severed his own cultivation, he would not be able to pass this trial. That would be even more tragic. A young man from the Wind clan mumbled. That's right. If he takes the Qilin divine medicine seed, it would be wasted. It would be useless. It would be better to use it on our Wind clan. Another Wind clan disciple was also dissatisfied. The Wind Phoenix's maid, Hua Rongyu, had a status no lower than that of the Wind clan's disciples. Back in the northern region Divine City, she had been suppressed by Yi Fan and had always harbored a grudge against him. At this time, she also opened her mouth and said sarcastically, the sacred physique is famous in the world. Who doesn't know about it? I wonder what kind of gift you have prepared for our Holy Lord. He has always been fond of divine items. Are you going to present the holy sword and the seed of the Qilin divine medicine to him? Yi Fan glanced at her and said, "You're just a servant. Do you have the right to speak here?" You. The woman was so angry that her body trembled. As the maid of the Feng clan's princess, even the direct descendants of the Feng clan had to be polite to her. Normally, no one dared to talk to her like this. You don't know the rules. Go where you are supposed to go. You are nothing more than a servant girl, yet you dare to point your fingers at me? Do you think a servant like you can control what I give? Rebuked Yi Fan coldly. You, how dare you? As the maid of the Feng clan's princess, she had always had her eyes on the top of her head. She really couldn't endure this kind of humiliation. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in anger, and her body trembled in anger. All the holy sons and holy daughters were present. Everyone looked over with different expressions. Yeah, I'm too daring. Yi Fan smiled lightly and ignored her. He only glanced at the Wind Phoenix indifferently but didn't say anything. You're still not backing down, the Wind Phoenix said coldly. Miss. The maid screeched. The Wind Phoenix's gaze swept over coldly, and she was so frightened that she hurriedly shut up. She lowered her head and quickly left this divine island. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't discipline her well enough, and she made everyone laugh. After the Wind Phoenix finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Fan and said coldly, Everyone, don't lower yourself to her level. There was obviously a hidden meaning in her words. She was insinuating that Yi Fan was lowering himself to the same level as her maid. Her words were cold, and there was a hint of disdain in them. The large black dog bared his teeth. He hated this kind of attitude the most. If this wasn't an important place of the Wind Clan, he would definitely attack again. Doggy, be obedient. Don't bite people. Even if you came with Big Brother, you will still be punished. Little Nan Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She raised her head and pushed it with her little hands. Yi Fan instantly laughed loudly. He picked her up and said, Nan Nan is so obedient. When the Wind Phoenix heard this, she was somewhat speechless. She turned around and walked to the other side. The other disciples of the Wind Clan looked at each other. Although some of them were very dissatisfied with Yi Fan, they didn't dare to show it to him. They were all well aware of his current situation. At this place, many disciples of the great sects of the Eastern Barren Territory had gathered. Many of them were extraordinary figures. They gathered in twos and threes, chatting and making friends with each other. In the future, many of them would become the leaders of their sections. If they could have some interaction and friendly relations now, it would definitely be of great benefit in the future. Any extraordinary figure would not let go of the opportunity to get to know others. Brother Yi, I am willing to trade the divine pill of 9 turns for your black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword. It can extend your life, Zhao Efe walked back and said with a smile. Although his voice wasn't loud, some people nearby still noticed it. They all looked over and paid attention. Yi Fan wanted to kill him. Since this person pointed it out at this time, it was obvious that he knew Yaoguang Saint's intention. His words were truly unfathomable. To trade or not to trade? This was forcing him to abdicate. The life-extending pill was here. If he didn't trade, it wouldn't make sense. It would make people suspicious. However, Zhao Efe didn't make it known to everyone on the Divine Island. You want to trade for my black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword with just 1 spirit pill? Are you trying to extort me? Yi Fan asked half-truthfully. His expression was a bit cold. Brother Yi, you are wrong. This is not an ordinary spirit pill. It is made from a top-grade spirit medicine that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It is a life-extending pill. To you, it is a priceless treasure, Zhao Efe explained with a smile. Yi Fan already knew from little Nan Nan that this person wasn't kind. He was bullying him because he didn't have much time left. In the future, he would be ruthless to him and take away his treasures. A rare commodity. You are trying to extort me in a different way, Yi Fan said. Although he knew that this person wasn't kind and wanted to kill him to take his treasures, it wasn't good to show it now. How could that be? Brother Yi, don't misunderstand me. I just want to give you what you need the most. Zhao Fa smiled politely. Li Heishui sneered, if you want to help Yi Fan, just give him a 9 turns pill. Why do you have to trade like this? Even Hua Yunfei gave him a 9 orifice exquisite pill before. Zhao Fa's expression stiffened. Brother, this joke isn't good. That Hua Yunfei and I are 2 different kinds of people. He has ulterior motives, but I am sincere. Now, Hua Yunfei was rumored to be the inheritor of the ruthless demon emperor. The whole world knew about it. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with him, let alone be compared to him. I want to use the divine sword to trade for the undying god pill. The others won't be of much use. Yi Fan said with a smile and didn't say anything else. Zhao Fa's expression darkened. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Little Nan Nan's big eyes were clear and bright. She looked in a certain direction and listened attentively. Then, she shook Yi Fan's arm and whispered, Big brother, he said he will teach you a lesson. Soon, he will trample you under his feet. This guy's surname Zhao is really one thing on the surface and one thing on the inside. Just like the rumors, he should be chopped into 8 pieces. Li Heishui's expression darkened. Be careful. Yao Yuekong reminded. The Wind Clan Saint Master's birthday had not arrived yet. However, Yi Fan had no choice but to consider what to give. The Dao Comprehension tea was definitely out of the question. There was no need to mention the divine spring and holy fruits. If he took them out, people would immediately think that he had entered the desolate ancient sacred land and successfully healed his injuries. After gathering here for a long time, he and Li Heishui brought little Nan Nan away. They were prepared to go to the neighboring ancient city, Violet Sky Capital, to take a look and prepare some birthday gifts. The little nun in white was very fond of little Nan Nan. Before they left, she gave her a bracelet. On it was carved a smiling deity holding a flower. It was extremely lifelike. The 800 islands of the Wind Clan went far away. Yi Fan and the others flew for hundreds of leagues suddenly. Someone laughed coldly and blocked their path. The mate of the Wind Phoenix appeared with a cold smile on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, You still want to leave? An old man appeared behind her. Although he was dressed like a servant, his strength was unfathomable. One look and one could tell that he was a super expert. What else do you want? Could it be that the Wind Phoenix asked you to come? What is the meaning of this? Yi Fan asked. If the Wind Clan did not provide you with 3 million kilograms of origin source, you are just a piece of trash. Yet, you repeatedly disrespect me. Don't forget what kind of place this is. The mate of the Wind Phoenix's expression became even colder as she said, Don't even think about leaving today. What a big tone. You are only a maid of the Wind Phoenix, yet you dare to come here to kill me. Do you know what this means? Did the Wind Phoenix ask you to come? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. The woman raised her head arrogantly and said coldly, Don't even think about leaving today. Under the pressure of the Divine King, we will not kill you. However, we can still peel off a layer of your skin. Just in time to take back your dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and the Qilin divine medicine seed. I will take them to the Divine Lord on your behalf to repay your debt. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant servant. You dare to act like this. You are really different. Yi Fan said. The mate of the Wind Phoenix seemed to dislike people calling her a servant. She screamed, Even the princess did not reprimand me, yet you dare to be rude to me again and again. You just wait to die. Uncle Yi, quickly take him down and break all the bones in his body. Okay. The old man in green nodded and rushed forward. His hair was white and his body was thin. His fingers shot out sharp blades that were like the wind. 7th transformation of Dragon Transformation. Li Heishui was shocked. They could not fight against such a person. The difference in realm was too big. The old servant stretched out his big hand and grabbed towards Yifan. He smiled coldly and looked like he was going to defeat them. You are just an old servant of the Wind Phoenix. Aren't you afraid that the Wind clan will blame you after they find out? Yifan retreated and shouted. Miss will not punish me because you have gone too far. Miss has long been dissatisfied. The old servant in green had a cold expression. His big hand fell and countless innate patterns appeared. They interweaved into a terrifying black cage. He had a look of contempt and wanted to suppress Yifan. You two servants are really too much. Yifan's face darkened. He quickly dodged and turned to the Black Emperor and said, Seal them. Chapter 467. Yifan secretly transmitted his voice. Facing an expert at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation, he was extremely fearful. Even with the help of the Black Emperor, he might not be able to deal with him, so he had to be absolutely safe. Clang! The old servant's hand was like a ghost claw, shooting out rays of black light. The interweaving cage seemed to be made of dark iron, becoming more and more solid and condensed, like a real purgatory. Little evil creature, you are nothing but a cripple. If not for the help of the Wind clan, you would be nothing. Now that you dare to behave atrociously in my clan's divine island, I will break your bones and cut your tendons. The old servant laughed coldly. He waved the nether realm cage, surrounding Yifan and sealing him inside, slowly refining him. Li Heishui could not help but shout from afar, You old servant, your words are too shameless. It is true that your Wind clan provided 3 million kilograms of origin, but isn't it because Yifan will break the curse? Furthermore, you know very well how useful this batch of origin is. Yifan himself can also take out so much origin. Little evil creature, this is a great favor that my clan has given you, yet you do not want to repay it and still dare to be stubborn. Today, I will suppress all of you together. The old servant's expression was ice cold, and his attacks became even fiercer. The black nether realm cage let out a woo-woo sound and became larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Several times, it almost sealed Yifan inside. If not for his miraculous footwork and extreme speed, he would have already died. Even the young miss did not scold me, yet you dare to be rude to me. Today, I will skin you alive. The servant girl of the Wind Phoenix screamed at the side, Uncle E, quickly suppress him, we cannot let him escape. Don't worry, I have already locked onto him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will find him. The old servant was fearless and was not afraid of Yifan escaping at all. He revealed a cold smile like a cat catching a mouse and said, He has the holy sword and the divine medicine seed on him. It is truly a waste to leave these things in the hands of a dying person. Let him return them to my Wind clan. Boom! Yifan let out a cold snort and finally launched his counterattack. A blazing light shot out from his glabella and turned into a beam of golden light that flew towards the old servant in green. Pop! The green-clothed old servant spat out a lotus from his mouth. He turned into a streak of green light and retreated. He was so shocked that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. This type of powerful divine sense made even him feel fear. Pooh! The lotus cracked, but it couldn't block the golden spirit sense at all. He felt a chill and said to himself, The legend is true. This little bastard's spirit sense is amazing. Fortunately, I was prepared. He opened his mouth and spat out. A gust of divine wind rushed out, turning into numerous wind flowers that were shaped like lotuses. They were spotlessly white and flawless, forming a set of divine clothes that tightly protected him. Uncle E, with such an artifact protecting you, killing him will be a piece of cake. The Wind Phoenix's maid was overjoyed. The Wind Battle Robe was a secret treasure of the Foam clan. It specialized in blocking the power of divine sense. After the cyan-robed old slave put on the silver battle robe, he looked much younger and more heroic. Little bastard, let me see if you still have the ability to resist. He shouted coldly. His magic power was like an ocean, condensing in the sky and turning into a natural pattern. It once again forged the underworld cage and pressed down. Yi Fan secretly urged, "Is the Black Emperor done yet? He is an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation. Do you think he is a pushover? How difficult is it to trap him without him knowing? You still have to wait." The large black dog transmitted his voice. "Little girl, come, come, come. You and I will fight for 300 rounds." Li Heishui stared at the wind phoenix's maid and rushed over. "You're courting death." The green-clothed old servant sneered. His large hand swept across the sky and slammed down like a small mountain, trapping Li Heishui in this battlefield. "You guys are unreasonable. This is wrong. You can't bully us." Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog and spoke in a childish manner. "Little guy, you look quite fresh. Come, let elder sister discipline you." The wind phoenix's maid sneered and turned into a streak of colorful light, rushing over. The large black dog's eyes were cold. He turned around and ran, running around the green-clothed old servant's battlefield. He shouted, "I can't be bothered with you. I won't lower myself to your level. You damn dog, I'm going to send you to the kitchen and make you into a main dish." The wind phoenix's maid screamed. "I'm going to take you as my human pet. Watch my treasure." He carried little Nan Nan and fled, throwing out all kinds of strange things one after another. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and Li Heishui continuously dodged. Facing an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation, they were under too much pressure. They were almost unable to hold on, but after seeing this scene, they were incomparably excited. "I don't have any more patience. Little bastard, stop." An ancient banner appeared in the green-clothed old servant's hand. With a light shake, the void collapsed. The underworld cage expanded, extending towards the two of them. Yi Fan and Li Heishui felt as if they were stuck in a swamp. Their movements were immediately restricted. Chi! 7-color divine light rushed into the sky. A river of stars flowed out from between Yi Fan's fingers. It was as heavy as a mountain, blocking the purgatory and ancient banner. It was the saint bone powder seized from the Yin Yang saintess. "What is this?" The green-clothed old servant was startled. He then sneered, "This treasure is compatible with me. It's most suitable to be refined into the ancient banner. You still want to seize the treasure? Old thing, your time of death has come." The Black Emperor shouted and transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, instructing him on how to escape. At this moment, the formation pattern had already been laid. Yi Fan and Li Heishui quickly rushed out. This battlefield had already been sealed by star stones, divine blood soil, and other strange things. By the time the green-clothed old servant realized, it was already too late. He couldn't rush out at all. "Little bastard, you dare to scheme against me? Old bastard, is it very satisfying for you to keep calling me little bastard?" Yi Fan stood outside the formation pattern and sneered, saying, "Your time of death has come." The female attendant of the wind phoenix turned around and fled. She didn't think that an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation would be sealed like this. She didn't want to wait for death here. "You still want to leave?" Yi Fan snorted coldly. A large golden hand slapped out, covering the sky like a resplendent cloud. Yi Fan swatted her down as if he was swatting a fly. "You can't kill me," she screamed, struggling violently. How could Yi Fan let her go? With a wave of his large golden hand, he grabbed her over. His fingers exerted a bit of force, and many of her bones were broken. He directly threw her in front of the Black Emperor, and said, "You can use her as your human pet. This emperor doesn't want such a useless human pet. At the very least, she has to be a saintess." The large black dog didn't like her at all. "This is the female attendant of the wind phoenix. She can be your human pet and roast lamb legs for you. She's the most suitable," Li Heishui said with a smile. Woof. Under the control of the Black Emperor, the formation pattern changed, and the sealed area continued to shrink. Yi Fan stood outside, waving his large golden palm and continuously smashing it in. Old bastard, didn't you want to suppress me? You want to break my bones and break my tendons? Why don't I give you a beating first? His physical body was unparalleled, and how could the people of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm compare to him? In this narrow space, even the magic power of this old servant had been sealed, and he couldn't resist at all. Peng, peng, Yi Fan's large golden palm continuously slashed down, and he controlled his strength, causing this old servant in green to continuously cough up blood. His bones were broken one after another, and he couldn't stand at all. You two are only a pair of slaves, yet you dare to come and kill me? You've really gone too far. Yi Fan didn't know how many times he had slashed down, and this old servant in green was about to become minced meat. However, he didn't die. The life force of the elites of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm was very strong, and as long as they still had a breath left, they would be able to live. Let me vent my anger as well. Li Heishui took over his position, and continuously slashed down dozens of large palms, beating the old servant in green until he almost didn't look human anymore. He let out inhuman cries for mercy. Speak, did the Wind Phoenix ask you two to come? Yi Fan asked forcefully. We just acted on our own, and the princess is very angry. We felt that she wouldn't object, so we came to kill you. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix was completely frightened, and she almost collapsed onto the ground. The divine master of the wind race isn't bad. If I kill the two of them, I'll really be sorry, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Don't kill us. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix was truly afraid, and she sighed and begged for mercy. Even the old servant completely gave in. How about this, I'll be kind and banish them into the army, the Black Emperor said. He copied a large part of the chessboard and formation patterns that he had seen on the Undying Mountain. He was very excited. These were the formation patterns left behind by the great ancient emperor, and he wanted to experiment on these two people. He said, teleport them to the Western Desert. They won't be able to fly back even after several decades. Let those baldies reform them. Don't. The old servant in green cried out loudly. Hong. Light soared into the sky, and Dao patterns flickered. He suddenly disappeared from where he was, leaving behind a terrifying wave of energy in the void. The large black dog stared blankly, and only cursed after a long while. F***CK, what's going on? Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't even need to think to know that this damned dog had definitely done something inappropriate again. He definitely didn't teleport to the Western Desert. Where did you send them? I think they were teleported to the Southern Mountains, the large black dog mumbled uncertainly. Damned dog, you really are a genius. To be able to teleport from the Western Desert to the Southern Mountains, which ordinary person could do that? Can you find someone more ridiculous than you? Li Heishui attacked. Woof. The large black dog was flustered and exasperated. In the end, they didn't teleport the female servant of the Wind Phoenix out. The large black dog reluctantly temporarily took her as a human pet, and then came to Violet Sky Capital. Violet Sky Capital was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland. From ancient times until now, who knew how many legends had been left behind? According to legend, it was a purple gold sky capital in the illusory celestial realm that fell into the mortal world, forming this famous giant city. Yi Fan and the others wandered around here for 2 days, traveling to various large stone squares. They wanted to prepare a gift for the divine leader of the wind race. In the end, Yi Fan chose a strange stone in a stone square of the Ziwei sect and bought it. However, he didn't cut it open on the spot. He already saw what was inside. It was a piece of divine source, and it was enough as a birthday gift. He didn't want to cause a commotion in Purple Sky Capital. Yi Fan really wanted to pick out a few more strange stones and completely return the 3 million gene of origin source to the Feng clan. Otherwise, those youngsters would always mention this matter, making him feel very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, even though there were many stone workshops, how could there be rare treasures everywhere? To be able to find a piece of divine source was already very rare. He did not have any other gains. For the past 2 days, the Wind Phoenix's maids had been by his side and were in charge of doing all kinds of trivial things, such as carrying bags, feeding the dogs, paying the bills, cleaning the tables and chairs. After many people recognized him, they couldn't help but be shocked, and they discussed him behind his back. What's going on? Why is the personal maid of the princess of the Feng clan working for the sacred body? That can't be right. The pearl of the Feng clan is very arrogant. How could she let her maid do these trivial things for the holy body that she doesn't like? Can you people have a better eye? He's my human pet, the large black dog said, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Are you very envious? I don't mind taking you as my human pet. You look so, the large black dog said to those people shamelessly. Damn, this damned dog is too despicable. I'll skin him alive sooner or later. Let's go, I'll treat everyone to black dog meat today. The group of people cursed their bad luck, but they didn't want to argue with him. At the same time, they were very expectant. If the Wind Phoenix found out, what kind of expression would she have? I hope the Wind Phoenix gets this news soon. Her maid is being treated as a human pet by a vicious dog. She'll definitely kill her way here. That's right. I hope that moment comes soon. Chapter 468. Yi Fan walked in Tiandu and didn't notice anything unusual, but little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of his clothes and said innocently, someone always appears. What? Yi Fan was shocked inwardly. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, yet he didn't sense anything at all, not sensing anything at all. This was not a good sign. If the one who came had ill intentions towards him, he might suffer greatly. He changes into a different person every time, and appeared several times, little Nan Nan said obediently. Where? Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. He has already disappeared. He doesn't stay for long every time, and he might appear again. The little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at the crowd. Did you notice anything unusual? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor and Li Heishui. They were all very shocked. They didn't sense anything at all, and didn't know that they had been followed. This made them all vigilant. The person who came was obviously not ordinary. They asked little Nan Nan in detail to understand what kind of person he was. He changes into a different appearance every time, but Nan Nan can recognize him at a glance. Little Nan Nan said tenderly. Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Little Nan Nan's spiritual sense was too sharp, beyond their imagination. She saw that person's true body. It was a very ordinary man who wouldn't be noticed at all. He changed into a different appearance every time, hiding in the crowd, and observing Yi Fan from 30 meters away. 30 meters. This is a critical point. He doesn't dare to approach easily, which is a good thing. If he sneaks up to us without us knowing, it will be too dangerous. Li Heishui was a little uneasy. The large black dog revealed a serious expression, and asked little Nan Nan about the process in detail. He even asked about every movement of that person and every step he took. Sneaking up to about 30 meters away from us is too unusual. This is a terrifying person. The large black dog revealed a thoughtful expression. Did you think of something? Yi Fan asked. That person sneaked up to 30 meters in front of them, and besides little Nan Nan, no one could detect him. This was indeed frightening. I hope my feeling is wrong, or else it will be big trouble. The large black dog was a little nervous, and couldn't help but look around. What did you deduce? Yi Fan's heart sank. World of men. The large black dog spat out these 3 words, and became even more uneasy. He swept his gaze over the surroundings, and told little Nan Nan to keep an eye out for any suspicious people. The human world. Li Heishui shuddered. They had just come out from the Undying Mountain range not too long ago, and they had previously found out what kind of terrifying power this was. It was a power that made even the Holy Lands tremble in fear during the ancient times. In the past, on this boundless great earth, there were 3 great ancient assassin dynasties. They were imperishable through the ages, their inheritances ancient, making even the great sage feel a chill. They had even killed ancient sages before. The celestial court wielded the supreme scepter of assassins, ruling over the world. With a single thought, blood flowed like a river on the earth. It was like the supreme ancient heaven, dictating the fate of others. The world of mortals is a boundless sea of people. You can't defend against them at all. You don't know when they will unleash a sure-kill attack. Even the ancient sages couldn't avoid it. It was rumored that in their ancient palace, there was a white bone tower piled up from the skulls of various kings. It killed all the heroes of the world, and no one could resist it. In the underworld, there was a group of fallen deities. They wielded divine swords dripping with blood, and they killed all the saints of the world. They were powerful and ruthless, terrifying and bloody. It was rumored that in the underworld, the skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, and other things of the ancient saints they killed were preserved. They were cold-blooded and shocking, and they were extremely mysterious. The celestial court was destroyed by the alliance of the ancient Holy Lands, but the world of mortals and the underworld still existed. It was just that they acted in a much more low-profile manner, and the people of the world didn't know where they were. Is it really the world of mortals? Even Yi Fan couldn't remain calm. This was a piece of shocking news. I still can't be sure, but I have a feeling that it is very similar to them. Otherwise, who could avoid my spiritual senses? The Black Emperor was extremely nervous. Its origins were mysterious, and it was especially fearful of the ancient assassin dynasty. Who did we offend? Why did the world of mortals appear? Li Heishui felt a chill on his neck. Looking at everyone on the street, it seemed like they were the ruthless people of the world of mortals. They didn't completely hide themselves from the world. They left behind all kinds of clues, and accepted requests from the people of the world. Many ancient inheritances can be found, and we can ask them to act. The large black dog's expression was difficult to remain calm. You mean, someone asked them to act and kill us? Li Heishui asked in shock. The three great assassin dynasties of the ancient times. Even though they cultivated through slaughter, they would never kill people for no reason. It must be some ancient inheritance, and someone found them. The Black Emperor bared its teeth. Even it was uncertain. It had always been fearless, but when faced with one of the three great assassin dynasties of the ancient times, it felt a chill in its heart, and fear welled up in it. Right at this moment, little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, her large eyes blinking. She looked very obedient, and didn't say anything. Although she was very pure, she was also very intelligent. Yi Fan knew that person had appeared again. He pretended to glance over carelessly, and found that this person was really too ordinary. There was no special characteristics, and he was no different from the people on the street. He peeped with his powerful spirit sense, but couldn't find any abnormality. Only when he used his divine eyes did he see another face, which proved that he was not an ordinary person. There was no flow of divine power, no exuberant blood qi, and no killing intent. This didn't conform to the common sense of a cultivator. It was too peaceful and ordinary, and impossible to guard against. After a short pause, that person didn't show the slightest bit of weakness, and disappeared into the sea of people with the flow of people. The few of them didn't act rashly. It's that kind of terrifying cultivation technique, that freakish or concealing divine technique. It really is the world of mortals. The large black dog was very excited, and all the black fur on his body stood up. Why is it like this? Li Heishui also felt scared. Let's pray, and hope that the current mortal world is no longer the ancient assassin dynasty. Otherwise, we will be in great trouble. The large black dog bared his teeth. In the ancient palace of the mortal world, the skulls of various kings were displayed. If there was also a skull of a saint, it might be something that they would be very happy to see. What are you afraid of? I have the inheritance of the celestial court, and I have the scepter of the ancient assassin dynasty. If the mortal world really wants to touch me, I will definitely kill them. Yi Fan said calmly, but his words were very firm. The key is that the inheritance of the celestial court is incomplete. There is only the first half of the saint technique of killing, and it lacks the core of the second half, one of the 9 secrets. The large black dog looked worried. What is one of the 9 secrets that the celestial court has mastered? Yi Fan asked. The ancient god dynasty had passed away too long ago. Not to mention the people of the present, even in the past, there were not many people who knew which secret they had mastered. Apart from me, I'm afraid no one in this world knows, the large black dog said. The attainment secret was world-shaking, and almost no one knew that it was the core saint technique of the ancient assassin dynasty, the celestial court, and it was the foundation of everything. This secret is so powerful? Li Heishui was shocked. It's ridiculously powerful. According to the legends, when one breaks through to the pinnacle level, they can change time, the large black dog said. The Xing character of the 9 secrets represented the limits of the world. Not only did one possess the fastest speed in the world, one could also leap through the 9 heavens and traverse through the 9 underworlds. Innate formation markings couldn't trap him, supreme Dao techniques couldn't stop him, and even if the 10-direction extreme formation was laid down, he could still pass through it. This was the secret of travel, nothing could stop him. The large black dog sighed softly, and said, the supreme secret art of a dimension, no matter how long you've passed down your legacy, no matter how many formations you've set up to seal off your sect, you still won't be able to stop those who have cultivated the secret art of a dimension. It's as if they've entered an unstoppable realm. Yi Fan finally understood why the celestial court was so terrifying. No one could stop them, and they could walk anywhere in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could rule the world. The secret word of attainment could be sublimated to the extreme. When the speed broke through the limits of the world, it would be the evolution of time. However, since ancient times, only the first master of the celestial court, the old sage who had lived 2 lives after obtaining the immortal godly medicine, had managed to reach the boundary. We didn't obtain the secret word of attainment, but I have the mad old man's movement technique, which is also a kind of extreme speed. It should be able to be used together with the celestial court's divine killing technique to resist the person who came from the human world, Yi Fan said. I keep having the feeling that your movement technique has a hint of the secret word of attainment. Perhaps there really is a connection. Perhaps it can be used together with the celestial court's divine killing technique. The large black dog nodded. Yi Fan and the others left Tiandu, and once again arrived in front of the Wind Tribe's 800 divine islands. On the way, they severed part of the memories of the Wind Phoenix female servant. There were some things that they couldn't let her know. The mysterious person from the human world didn't appear again, but they couldn't truly feel at ease. Since they had been targeted by the other party, they definitely wouldn't be so kind. We have to find out exactly who it is that wants to deal with us, Li Heishui said. This time, they headed to the Wind Tribe's largest ancient island. All of the guests surged there, and when they passed by the central region, they saw many great mountains that had existed since the ancient underworld, surrounding an ancient divine city. Many people were discussing. All of the Wind Tribe's trump cards were suppressed inside. That was the foundation of their standing at the peak of the eastern wasteland, and even divine masters couldn't easily enter. They couldn't stay here for a long time. Everyone could only pass by hurriedly, or else they would be forcefully asked to leave. Many people came to the Wind Tribe Divine Master's 1500th birthday celebration. There were cultivators everywhere on the Divine Island, and many of them were great figures whose names shook the world. When Yi Fan and the others arrived, they saw a few Divine Masters one after another, and they were all astonished. This was truly a place where elites were as common as clouds. If anyone dared to come here and provoke them, they would definitely die a tragic death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Little Peking, Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, and the others of the younger generation couldn't come forward. They could only sit far away. There were too many older generation figures that came, and they were all powerful rulers of their regions. Many people revealed astonished expressions when they saw the Wind Phoenix's maid standing obediently behind Yi Fan's group. They were all a bit puzzled. The Wind Phoenix naturally saw this scene. She had already heard a few rumors. Even though she was wearing a multicolored mask, One could imagine that her expression was definitely not good. You should return to your princess side. We can't afford to raise you. Yi Fan undid her restriction. The Wind Phoenix's maids didn't dare to make a ruckus. She lowered her head and quickly retreated. She was truly afraid that Yi Fan would disregard everything and say some unpleasant words. If that happened, the Wind tribe definitely wouldn't let her off for the sake of face. Everyone presented their gifts. Yi Fan took out a swarthy black stone that was only as big as a faceplate and handed it over to the Wind tribe's people. I heard that he obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Daoist master and gave him a piece of origin stone. It must be a precious item. Someone discussed in a low voice. Some of the young disciples of the Wind tribe frowned. They were still the group of people who had always been dissatisfied with Yi Fan. They didn't believe that Yi Fan could find a divine item in such a short time. Otherwise, why didn't he cut it open? Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect laughed and said, I know about this stone. It has been displayed in my Ziwei stone workshop for many years. I didn't think that Brother Yi would buy it. This stone is a leftover material cut from a strange stone that contains divine origin. Everyone was in an uproar. Many people looked over and felt that Yi Fan was a bit unreasonable. How could he just casually buy a stone to make up the numbers? I knew that he was deliberately mystifying things. That isn't a divine item at all. He didn't want to give the divine sword and the divine medicine seed to the divine master, so he gave a broken stone to make up the numbers. This is too much. He actually dares to look down on our Wind tribe. The disciples of the Wind tribe who had been suppressed by Yi Fan in the northern region were all dissatisfied. They revealed expressions of anger and glared at Yi Fan. Are you sure that this is a leftover material and that you have cut out divine origin before? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Fa in shock. That's right. At that time, I saw it with my own eyes. A fist-sized divine origin was cut out from the main stone. This is only the outer layer of the stone. Zhao Fa smiled and nodded. Chapter 469. Yi Fan laughed and said, the Ziwei sect really knows how to do business. They're selling these scraps as rare stones. You can't say that. The origin stone business has always been like this. We're willing to take the beating. Plus, we didn't sell this for a very high price. Zhao Fa smiled. As expected, he bought this stone because it was cheap. This is too much. He's looking down on the Feng clan. How can this be? This is too much. The Wind clan's group of extremely radical youngsters who had always hated Yi Fan were now furious. Quite a few of them revealed looks of disdain, glaring at him furiously. Yi Fan ignored these people. The Feng clan's sacred leader's birthday was near. He didn't want to cause any trouble with these people. He just wanted to return the 1 million kilograms of origin source as soon as possible. Otherwise, people would always find out about his shortcomings. He smiled and glanced at Zhao Fa. I deeply admire the Ziwei sect for doing business. But sometimes, divine items can be found in these unremarkable stones. Then do you dare to cut it open? A Feng clan disciple sneered. Zhao Fa's smile did not diminish. I've long heard that Brother Ye's Genesis technique is amazing. Why don't you cut it open now and let us see? I originally wanted to give you a origin stone. That would be full of suspense. I'll leave it for sacred leader Feng to play with. Since everyone wants to see, I'll just cut it open. Yi Fan stepped forward. He did not take out his silver knife. Instead, he used his fingers to cut the stone. It was like a divine blade cutting tofu. Dust fell to the ground. There were a few young elites here. When they saw someone cutting the stone, they began to discuss. This attracted the attention of the people at the other tables. For a moment, many people paid attention to this area. Crack. Yi Fan's fingers shook slightly. The black stone cracked completely. He obviously didn't want to waste time and wanted to peel it off directly. Is it really rare? Seeing how he doesn't care, it can't be something priceless. Genesis technique grandmasters are very careful when cutting stones, but he did it with a shake. It's really special. It doesn't seem like a method to treat rare treasures. Yi Fan smiled and asked Zhao Fa, Brother Zhao, what do you think we can get? Many fell silent. Zhao Fa shook his head, not daring to say anything else. He was well aware of how powerful Yi Fan's Genesis techniques were. Since he dared to cut open the wound, it was likely that he had some confidence. Brother Yi, cut it open and let the truth speak for itself. Crack. Yi Fan lightly tapped it, and this black origin stone cracked apart. The stone layer continuously fell off, and then a blinding divine radiance soared into the sky, causing many people to shed tears. Source of God. It contains divine source. The crowd cried out in surprise. A piece of scrap had actually contained a rare divine source. They could not help but sigh in amazement. A Genesis technique grandmaster had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Zhao Fa's expression was a little stiff. He had already said that this was a piece of stone skin left over from the Ziwei sect's divine source. He did not expect that someone would cut out another divine item. His face was burning as if he had been slapped. There's actually a divine source. The Foam clan's disciples were also stunned. They did not expect such an outcome. Since there was a divine item, why did Yi Fan not cut it out? Wouldn't it be better to give it away like that? This puzzled them. There is no suspense in a Genesis technique grandmaster giving away a divine source. Only a mystical stone is of high quality and worth collecting. An elder sighed and explained the reason. Clatter. The stone skin all fell off, and a blinding light shot out like a golden sun hanging in the sky. Most people could not look at it directly. The divine source could hang in the sky and never fall. It was gorgeous and colorful. This kind of beauty moved everyone's heart. It was too valuable. All the Holy Lands were extremely thirsty for the divine source because it had endless magical uses. It involved immortal legends, so many sects spared no effort to collect it. The strength of a Holy Land was closely related to the amount of divine source. Ordinary cultivators could not understand it, but they knew how precious it was. It's worth 300,000 gene of pure origin source. This gift is too great. Someone cried out in alarm. This piece of divine source was half the size of a human head. Even if the other holy masters gave gifts, it wouldn't be more than this. As a younger generation figure, Yi Fan gave such a great gift. It was already quite great. Something's not right. There's something in the source. There are wisps of extraordinary splendor seeping out. It's a bit terrifying and divine. Everyone quickly discovered the abnormality. There was something else in the source that was flowing with a mysterious aura. Yi Fan was astonished. He did not notice anything strange when he chose the stone and thought that it was just a piece of divine source. It was enough as a birthday gift, but he did not think that there would be other mysteries after it was cut out. It was a piece of broken dragon horn that was less than 2 inches long. Golden light flowed about and flickered with extraordinary splendor. It released terrifying fluctuations, and at the same time, there was an incomparably holy and mysterious aura seeping out. Divine object, there is a treasure inside. Is that a dragon horn? Many people cried out in alarm. They felt an unmatched pressure seeping out strand after strand. They couldn't help but want to bow down and worship it. As time went on, this type of terrifying pressure became more and more powerful. It left everyone shaken. At this moment, many guests looked over. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens and had long startled everyone. Even those holy master-level figures looked over from the Great Hall. This is the archaic king race's sacred horn. Finally, an elder recognized what it was. At this moment, the Wind Clan's holy master and other great figures were all alarmed. They personally walked over to look at the divine object that was shaped like a dragon horn. The archaic kings were unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. They were all humanoid creatures that swept through everything before them. During the archaic years, it was difficult for them to meet their match. They were extremely few in number. The people of later generations didn't know much about them. They had all obtained information from the dust-covered origin stones and ancient mines. Now that they saw this type of divine object, they were all shocked. Correct, this is the archaic king race's innate sacred horn. It can split apart the heavens and earth. It is an exceptional divine object. A holy master-level figure sighed in admiration. The archaic unmatched kings are comparable to the great ancient emperors. Their innate sacred horn is where their essence lies and the most precious. It is an unmatched divine object used as a sacrifice. Even though it is only a small piece that was broken off, it is still priceless. It can be considered a generous gift. The holy masters all discussed like this. Their evaluation was quite high, making everyone even more shocked. Zhao Fei's expression was ugly. He never thought that this would be the result. Their Purple Star sect had missed the opportunity to obtain a divine object. It made him feel like vomiting blood. It was just a piece of scrap material, yet it turned out to be something even more precious. The Wind Phoenix and a few of the Wind Clan's disciples revealed expressions of shock. The dark and swarthy stone that the other party gave them was actually this precious. It truly had inner meaning, leaving them stupefied. This is not only a divine object for weapon refinement. Once it is ground into powder, it can detoxify 10,000 poisons. Using it to refine one's flesh is even more wondrous. These great figures all held it in high esteem. A conservative estimate was that this 2-inch-long sacred horn was worth more than 2 million kilograms of pure origin energy. When this number was spoken, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone was stunned. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He originally didn't want to gift such a precious divine object. Everything exceeded his expectations. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. The Wind Clan's holy master looked like a middle-aged man. He was majestic and had black hair that flowed like a waterfall. His eyes were deep and he was very powerful. Yi Fan smiled and said, "You didn't even frown when you gave me 2 million kilograms of origin energy. This is nothing, but please accept it." "All right then. Otherwise, I will seem unreasonable." The Wind Clan's holy master nodded. At the same time, he was concerned about his injuries and sent people to deliver a few life-replenishing pills. At this moment, the Wind Clan's disciples were all embarrassed and speechless. The Wind Phoenix's younger brother, Feng Lai, walked over with a cheeky smile and said, "Brother Yi, when will you give me a wondrous stone?" Yi Fan glanced at him. He had a deep impression of this former brother-in-law of his. The first time they met, he beat him up violently. After that, this fellow was very unconventional. If he wanted to go to Miaoyu Nunnery, he would drag Yi Fan along and make him lead the way. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As Yi Fan chatted idly with him, the Wind Phoenix shouted angrily from nearby, "Feng Lai, come here." Li Heishui laughed mischievously and said, "Little Lai, if you don't leave, I will make the decision on behalf of Yi Fan and give you 3 wondrous stones." "Really?" Feng Lai's eyes glowed. "Of course. Don't forget that it was the two of us who cut out many rare treasures in the northern divine city and stirred up endless storms. You still don't believe me?" Li Heishui laughed. "All right, I won't leave. I will follow you guys from now on." Feng Lai sat there and didn't get up. He turned a deaf ear to the Wind Phoenix's words. "Feng Lai." The Wind Phoenix glared at him from the side. She was peerless and elegant like a fairy. At this moment, when she was angry, she had a different kind of charm. "Sister, don't be mean to me. I am an adult now," Feng Lai mumbled. The other disciples of the Wind Clan couldn't stand him. They didn't expect him to be so spineless and actually stick together with Yi Fan. This made many of his cousins gnash their teeth in hatred. The Wind Phoenix pointed at him and turned to leave angrily. She didn't say anything more. At the side, the saints and saintesses were all speechless. They felt that Li Heishui was too immoral. How could he be so infuriating? He was deliberately making things difficult for the Pearl of the Wind Clan and dragging her brother down with him. "Brother Yi, are you really going to sever your own cultivation?" The Purple Mansion Saint suddenly asked. His expression was calm, but Yi Fan knew that he didn't have a good impression of him. This was because he had once suppressed the Purple Mansion Saintess. In the Divine City, there were many rumors that the Khanate Saint body might appear. This matter made the Purple Mansion Saint brood. That's right. I have to make a decision in half a month. Time waits for no man, and I don't have much time left. Yi Fan nodded. Many people had strange thoughts. Even if Yi Fan severed his own cultivation and became immortal, he was still very valuable. From the wondrous stones he had just given, it was worth the effort of the large sex to rope him in. You short-lived ghost. Looks like you don't have many days left. Even if you sever your own cultivation, it won't change anything. The little Peking strode over, his eyes filled with wildness and cruelty. His majestic body flowed with divine light. He was as oppressive as a mountain. Since you don't have many days left to live, I'll make my move now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to kill you. Are you so eager to die? Yi Fan said coldly. The current world is no longer suitable for people like you to cultivate. Even the heavens want to destroy you. I'll make my move on behalf of the heavens and send you on your way. The little Peking was quite arrogant. His golden eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Have you forgotten that I broke your bones last time? Yi Fan sneered. Last time, I bound my own hands and feet. This time, I'll kill you like a bug. I'll let you bleed to the last drop. The little Peking's voice was deep and powerful. Looks like our battle is unavoidable. Then let's leave the 800 divine islands. Don't cause trouble for the sacred leader of the wind race. Yi Fan stood up. That's exactly what I wanted. I can't wait to tear you apart. The little Peking revealed his wildness. His golden eyes were as terrifying as knives. I'll cut off every inch of your flesh and crush every bone in your body. Chapter 470. This place was full of young heroes. All of them stood up, inwardly looking forward to this battle. The little Peking was like a demonic god, causing many people of the younger generation to feel restraining fear. Not many people dared to fight against him, and now, he was actually going to fight against the Doomsday Holy Physique. Yi Fan did not have much time left. Doomsday was approaching, but his power was still flourishing. If he died because of a great Dao injury, it would truly be a bit dull. Now, he was going to fight a great battle against the little Peking. This would most likely be the last battle, and it would be a perfect ending. Regardless of victory or defeat, this would be the final battle. This birdman is too arrogant, he should pull out his tendons and tear out his bones. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, You dog, I won't let you go either. The little Peking's ice-cold eyes swept over. I hope your methods are as powerful as you say. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Don't worry, I will personally cut off your path of life and destroy your soul. The little Peking's eyes were full of aggression. Yi Fan stared at him and did not say anything else. Now, they could only fight. Friends, please come and watch the battle. The little Peking laughed sinisterly and transmitted his voice to the saints and saintesses. How can we miss such a world-shocking battle? We must go. The Yaoguang Saint Child nodded. The Wind Phoenix also smiled faintly. She walked over gracefully and said, I am looking forward to this battle. Zhao Fei laughed loudly and said, I can't wait any longer. Then let's go. Today, I will end the life of the divine physique and offer his divine blood for everyone to taste. The little Peking's hair danced about chaotically. His demonic nature and murderous intent were completely revealed. Then let's fight. Yi Fan only spoke these words. He took the lead and rose into the air. Like a deity, he flew out of the 800 divine islands. This group of people were all the young inheritors of great sections. There was no lack of saints and saintesses. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. Many people looked over, and even some older generation figures paid attention to them. Their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, they flew out of the 800 divine islands and rushed towards a verdant mountain range. They couldn't fight in the Wind Clan's important place. At this time, it was already noon. The scorching sun was like a furnace, sprinkling scorching rays of light in the sky, scorching the earth. They only stopped when they were more than 500 miles away from the Wind Clan's divine island. Below them were endless mountains, valleys, and ravines. It was a very primitive region. The sky was filled with cultivators, all of them staring at the two individuals on the battlefield. This was the focal point of this battle. The two young experts had clashed a long time ago, only erupting today. The golden-winged little Peng's name had already shaken the younger generation. He was an incomparably wild monster race genius, and everyone knew just how strong he was. Wherever the great desolate halberd pointed, no one dared to oppose it. Yi Fan's name had only spread throughout the world in the past year. Before this, no one knew about him. It could be said that he was a powerful figure who had suddenly soared into the sky, but he was incomparably powerful. Ever since he was born, everything he had experienced and done had a great impact on the younger generation. There was no one in the younger generation who didn't know about him. The sunlight sprinkled down. The golden-winged little Peng's entire body seemed to be cast from gold, sparkling with a brilliant radiance. His golden hair was dazzling, making it hard for one to open their eyes. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning that shot out from hell, drilling into one's soul and swallowing their mind. His killing intent was as deep as the sea. A golden holy sword appeared in his hand. It was incomparably enormous, several dozen zhang in length. It drooped downwards, about to touch the summit of a great mountain below. The killing intent it emitted caused the leaves in the mountains to fly about chaotically, continuously withering away. On the other side, Yi Fan calmly stood in the void. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were clear and bright. He was motionless, calmly looking at his opponent. An invisible killing intent surged between the two. Before the battle had even begun, it already made one feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Their bodies and minds were chilled, and a powerful fighting spirit and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Kacha! Below, a great mountain couldn't withstand it. The summit began to crack apart, as if it had been suppressed by that terrifying killing intent. Several large cracks appeared, creating a horrifying scene. Hong! On the second mountain peak, several tens of enormous boulders cracked apart. Following that, the summit collapsed. Rubble flew into the air, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. This was caused by a powerful killing intent. If someone entered the battlefield, they would definitely be crushed into a meat paste. This was a confrontation between killing intents, and it was the most terrifying. One's body and soul would be destroyed at every turn. Within the endless great mountains, many beasts were terrified. They fled in all directions, creating a scene of chaos. There were even more ferocious beasts that crawled on the ground in fright, trembling incessantly. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Many birds soared into the sky, wanting to leave this terrifying place. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they immediately collapsed, turning into bloody flowers one after another. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, and nothing was left behind. Only a bloody mist lingered around the two. The killing intent was like a blade, cutting down all forms of life. These two are actually so terrifying. Their battle intent has reached such a level. Even though they haven't taken action yet, it seems like they have already done so. There really aren't many in the younger generation who can contend against them. Right at this time, the golden-winged little Peng King moved. He released a clear cry, and the mountains shook greatly. 10,000 trees trembled, and withered leaves fell. The endless mountain range was filled with an austere aura. 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Peng King immediately displayed his sect's secret art. His entire body flourished with golden light, releasing dazzling radiance. Tens of thousands of terrifying golden sword radiance shot out. Killing intent soared into the clouds, making heaven and earth tremble. Countless holy swords hacked out together, shattering the void. It was as if the pillars of heaven and earth collapsed, as if they were crushing dry weeds. Hong. No more, no less. There were a total of 108,000 holy swords, and every single one of them was 100 zhang in length. They towered in the void, and then they hacked down. This was already no longer sword radiance, but an ocean of holy swords. The terrifying golden storm drowned out everything, sweeping forward and destroying all obstacles. This was the Sky Peng race's innate unmatched divine technique. Even if it was facing a magnificent army, it could flatten them and kill them indiscriminately. There was even less of a need to mention that they were all attacking a single person right now. This type of power was unimaginable, as if the end of the world had arrived and the world was about to collapse. The 108,000 holy swords swallowed and spat out sword radiance that turned into an ocean, devouring everything and sweeping through everything with the divine might of millions and millions of caddies. Hong. Every single sword radiance was like a flood that overflowed the heavens. It was extremely terrifying, making the spectators in the distance feel a chill from head to toe. The golden-winged little Peng King was so powerful, how could they still fight? He alone was enough to fight against a magnificent army. How many people in the younger generation could receive this kind of world-shaking divine might? Even if it was a saint-child-level character, they would most likely die with a grievance. Yi Fan's heart trembled. In the past, he had once fought against this kind of unmatched divine technique. At that time, he used the myriad Qi cauldron to defend himself and the terrifying black flames of the leaf fire divine furnace to extinguish it. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to break through. Now, he was facing it again, but he had lost the myriad Qi cauldron and the leaf fire divine furnace. He could only rely on himself to fight. Hong. In his sea of reincarnation, lightning flashed and thunder roared. An endless golden ocean rushed out and drowned him, blocking the sword ocean outside. Crack. The aura of the beginning of heaven and earth filled the air. Above the golden sea of bitterness, endless lightning hacked and danced, enveloping Yi Fan as if the world was being created. He stood with a green lotus in his hand, his sleeves fluttering as he calmly faced the 108,000 holy swords. He used his own body to block this kind of unmatched divine technique that could kill a saint child. Ah! The golden-winged little Peng King let out a long cry. His head of golden hair seemed to be burning as he brandished his overflowing magical power and rushed forward. His gaze was like a heavenly sword that pierced through the void. He was like a demonic god, unstoppable. He held the one and only holy sword in his hand. It was condensed from the Sky Peng race's own holy blood and was known to be immortal. Yi Fan, I'm going to cut your soul. The Peng's cry reached the skies. He held the holy sword and hacked downwards. His energy and blood rushed into the heavens, his roar shaking the rivers and mountains. The endless mountain ranges were all shaking. Clang, 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 the 108,000 swords hacked into the golden sea of bitterness and turned into golden sky pengs. They tore apart the heaven and earth and pounced towards Yi Fan. This was a supreme attack. Everyone was stunned. The golden-winged little Peng King indeed had the ability to look down on the younger generation. He actually used the holy sword to attack the divine body phenomenon. What kind of sharp and powerful attack was this? 108,000 sky pengs covered the sky and earth. They all seemed to be cast from gold. All of them were sinister and incomparably heroic. They spread their wings to split the heaven and earth and waved their claws to shatter the void. The peerlessly powerful attack and the divine pengs weaved about in the golden sea of bitterness. Peng cries sounded one after another, as if they were going to collapse this part of the heavens. It was so terrifying that everyone's mind was about to shatter. If it was anyone else, they would undoubtedly die. With so many golden pengs attacking them, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. However, Yi Fan was different. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to kill you until you feel despair. He stood with a green lotus in his hand. His entire body was enveloped in lightning and golden blood energy rushed into the heavens. With a loud boom, he used the golden sea of bitterness to seal this part of the sky. Then, Yi Fan moved like lightning. With the green lotus in hand, he killed the endless golden sky pengs. The green lotus was like a green haze. It became hazy in Yifan's hand, drawing out green shadows one after another. However, it was incomparably terrifying as it killed all life forms. Yifan's movements were too fast. He attacked ruthlessly. The green lotus was as sharp as a blade as it sliced apart a sky peng. Blood splashed everywhere. He didn't stop and rushed towards the next one. Pooh, pooh, he held the green lotus in his hand and continuously hacked about. Sky peng heads continuously fell, and the enormous sky peng corpses fell from the sky one after another. This was real blood. It was the blood of the golden-winged little Peng King's sacred life sword. It turned into an undying 108,000 swords, but at this moment, they were continuously cut down by Yifan. The divine body's sea of bitterness is golden and different from ours. It can produce an unrivaled defensive phenomenon. Many people in the distance were shocked. Ah! The golden-winged little Peng King let out a long cry. His majestic body cracked the sky, and golden waves of air rushed into the sky. It was as if a demon saint had been revived. He waved the main body of the golden holy sword in his hand and launched the fiercest attack. The sky pengs that fell into the golden sea of bitterness all screamed and burned, turning into endless killing light. However, in the golden sea of bitterness phenomenon, Yifan was like an absolute ruler. Lightning surrounded his body as if he was opening a world. He was unshakable. All the golden sky pengs couldn't get close to him and were continuously cut down by him. With each strike, a corpse was left, and with each strike, a bloody mist appeared. One after another, the corpses of the sky pengs could be clearly seen falling into the golden sea of bitterness. They were continuously cut down. Good, this is the holy sword nurtured by the birdman's blood essence. Although it is known to be indestructible, being cut down like this will injure his vitality, the large black dog cried out. The golden sea of bitterness was dyed red by blood. Countless sky peng corpses floated, and it was a tragic scene. Yifan's eyes were cold, and he was like an azura that had been revived. His black hair danced wildly, and he held a green lotus dripping with blood in his hand. He slaughtered mercilessly, and a total of 108,000 sky pengs were killed by him. Boom! With a final tremor, the golden sea of bitterness surged. Yifan stood with the green lotus in his hand. His clothes were not stained with blood, and he was calm and without ripples. He was like a god that was picking flowers. He shouted, "What else do you have? Just use it. I will kill them all today." In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. The 108,000 swords were enough to kill the saint, but they were all killed by Yifan, and the sky peng's blood essence was evaporated. Although the Yaoguang saint's expression was calm, his heart was still slightly shaken. His eyes became deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, the wind phoenix was very shocked. She didn't expect Yifan's methods to be so heaven-defying. He actually broke through the 108,000 swords like this. The Purple Mansion Saint and Zhao Fei's expressions were somewhat stiff. They knew that they couldn't kill 108,000 sky pengs like this. Their hearts were shaken. The little golden Peng King's hair was messy, and his eyes were as threatening as knives. His bloodthirst and wildness were fully displayed. He said in a cold voice, "I have my own methods to destroy you." Chapter 471. 108,000 holy swords could be called world-shaking and terrifying, but they were still broken by Yifan. 108,000 heavenly rocks were cut down, shocking the many spectators in the air. "What other methods do you have? Display them all," Yifan shouted out. The golden-winged little Peng stood in the void, golden waves surging around him. He was like a demon god that had descended to the world, his strength and overbearingness evident. Clang! A black halberd appeared in his hand. It was as heavy as a mountain, nearly collapsing the void. It was pitch black like ink, like a black hole that swallowed up one's mind. This was the famous Great Desolate halberd. It was refined by the old Peng King in the Great Desolate and had followed him for his entire life. It was the most famous vicious weapon that an Eastern Wasteland Holy Lord level character possessed. As soon as the black great desolate halberd appeared, it was like an ancient evil spirit had seen the light of day. The smell of blood blotted out the skies, as if countless lives were struggling and howling. These were the cries of the heroic spirits that the great desolate halberd had slaughtered. It was unknown just how much blood it had drunk. It could be called an extremely cruel and tyrannical demonic weapon. A peerless killing intent rushed out, as if a savage dragon had been born. It could tear apart the world and tear apart the vault of heaven. This black halberd contained a boundless killing intent, causing everyone's heart to tremble with fear. This was not the first time they had seen this vicious weapon. Now that all of its seals had been undone, this was its true appearance, filled with the howls of millions of souls. Go die. The golden-winged little peng shook the black halberd and chopped down. A black tide surged into the heavens. This was a destructive aura, as if a vicious god that had been hibernating in hell had been born. The world was suddenly cut apart, like a tattered painting being torn apart in the wind. The great desolate halberd was invincible, sweeping away everything in its path. This didn't seem like a weapon at all, but more like a black world. It was like two worlds were colliding, the endless void collapsing, as if the entire world was being destroyed. Yi Fan hurriedly grasped the dragon-veined black gold saint spirit sword to meet the attack. The sword crossed the skies, blocking the onslaught of this peerless vicious weapon. Sparks shot out in all directions, shattering the clouds in the horizon. The golden-winged little peng sneered. He stood high in the air, grasping the black great desolate halberd and constantly chopping downwards. This was not just a simple attack, but a weapon that contained the great Tao of the world. Boom! It transformed into a black demonic dragon that was as large as a mountain ridge. Several mountains below it collapsed on the spot. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yi Fan. This was a vicious weapon that interweaved with the natural laws of heaven and earth. When held in one's hands, one could display endless vicious might. It would attack on its own, powerful beyond compare. Clang clang clang, Yi Fan brandished the holy sword and continuously hacked at this terrifying demonic dragon, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sky became a chaotic place. This ferocious weapon of the Birdman is too powerful. Sealed within it is the old Rock King's inextinguishable will to fight. The laws of the world it interweaves are also focused on killing. It is very difficult to block. Li Heishui sighed. The great desolate halberd carried with it an inextinguishable killing intent. It was like a black true dragon controlled by a divine rock, piercing through the world and sweeping away all. The killing intent emitted by the great desolate halberd even caused the mountains below to crack apart. It was extremely frightening. If it was an ordinary young elite, they would have been turned into a bloody paste with a single strike. This Birdman indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. He can already control such a vicious weapon in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. As expected, he is not easy to deal with. The large black dog revealed a solemn expression. Many people could already see that the Little Rock King wanted to first exhaust Yi Fan's sea-like battle prowess. It was said that the body of a saint physique was unparalleled. He wanted to tire Yi Fan to death. Boom! Yi Fan displayed his manifestation again. When the Celestial King descends to the ninth heaven appeared, his aura was completely different. He became one with the Celestial King, standing in the ninth heaven. At the same time, the Sea of Bitterness appeared, accompanied by azure lotuses. His aura became many times stronger. Clang clang clang, the two of them battled from the horizon to the ground. Many mountains were cut apart, and many large valleys were filled in. Then, they battled in the skies. His saint physique is so powerful. He actually fought 500 rounds with the Little Rock King who wields a peerless vicious weapon. Many people were amazed. The battle between the two of them was incredibly intense. They were evenly matched, and they were locked in a stalemate. An hour had already passed. The Little Rock King is also very terrifying. He doesn't show any signs of being devoured by the vicious weapon, but this still requires a great deal of his energy. Everyone was shocked by the battle prowess of the two of them. Many people felt fear. As members of the younger generation, if they went up, they would most likely be torn in half. Yifan's black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword was sturdy enough, but the laws woven into it were incomplete. Although the Little Rock King's great desolate halberd wasn't forged from a saint artifact, the great Tao contained within it was extremely complete. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to decide who was superior. Their battle caused the earth to shake, and dozens of mountains were cut apart. It was a terrifying scene, but they still couldn't decide who was superior. "Enough, I've had enough of you," the Little Rock King shouted. He suddenly put away the great desolate halberd and displayed his supreme divine technique. Bang! His great golden hand smashed apart a mountain peak. His spirit soared to the skies, and with a great roar, mountains and rivers shook and endless leaves fluttered in the air. Transcendent Sky Rock Seizing Dragon Technique. This was his most powerful killing move. In the past, he had bound his hands and feet and was unable to display it, so he had always been brooding over this. This technique could only be used after reaching the 4 extreme mystic realms. But now, he had already stepped into the dragon transformation mystic realm. It could be imagined just how terrifying he was. It had to be said that this was a truly world-shaking saint technique. It was a wonderful technique passed down through the bloodline of the Sky Rock race. It could evolve into a phenomenon, and it could also become a killing technique. The Little Rock King was well aware that a saint body could restrain all phenomena in the world. Thus, he did not display the dragon wrestling diagram, but instead evolved the dragon seizing saint technique. An enormous heavenly pang appeared behind him. Golden light rushed into the heavens. It was as large as a mountain, and when it opened its ice-cold eyes, it caused people to feel fear. It was like a demonic god, its killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Once the peerless Sky Rock Seizing Dragon Holy Technique was unleashed, the winds and clouds changed, and the heaven and earth lost color. Endless terrifying aura pervaded the air. At this moment, its mysterious veil was lifted. This was a flawless saint technique. The saints of the Sky Rock race had used this technique to kill countless overlords in ancient times. It moved along with the Little Rock King as if it had become one with him. A true dragon coiled between its claws and fingers, becoming its weapon. Kill. As soon as the Little Rock King moved, the divine pang behind him also moved. Its great golden claws tore apart the heaven and earth as it clawed towards Yifan. It wanted to kill all life and slay all heroes of the world. Dang! Yifan brandished his golden fist and ferociously smashed it forward, colliding with the divine pang's huge claw. An earth-shaking sound rang out, and even the mountains were shaking. Many spectators retreated in pain. This kind of sound wave almost pierced through their eardrums, and their heads were ringing. Pang! Yifan forcefully shook the divine pang and resisted the peerless Sky Rock Seizing Dragon technique. His golden fist shattered the void. He actually used his flesh to resist this kind of unmatched saint technique. This kind of killing saint technique had killed several human saints in the ancient times. It is incomparably terrifying, yet he dares to face it head-on. Everyone was astonished. Yifan fought the divine pang barehandedly and fought against the Little Rock King. This kind of saint technique was evolving into a Tao fruit. It was extremely terrifying. That divine pang was a derivative of the Tao. It moved with the Little Rock King's will and killed all creatures. Let's see how long you can last. As long as my cultivation realm is high enough, I can even kill saints, let alone you. The Little Rock King said coldly. The peerless Sky Rock Seizing Dragon technique became even more terrifying. There was a true dragon swimming between the golden pang's claws. The two merged together and sealed everything. Yifan felt a great pressure. This kind of saint technique was indeed terrifying. If he resisted it with his flesh alone, he would definitely suffer greatly. The golden divine pang was as tall as a mountain. Its eyes were ice-cold as it looked down on Yifan. Every time it brandished its enormous claws, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. That true dragon merged with it, making up for all of the flaws. Wang! Yi Fan was forced to use the battle saint technique. Otherwise, he would truly be in danger. His entire body was resplendent like a golden rainbow. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens. Quang Dang. His hands pushed outwards, directly producing an enormous coffin. Mist curled about and released a sky-shaking sound as it flew towards the mountainous sky peng. The coffin lid separated from the coffin, about to suck the divine peng inside. The terrifying might was intimidating. This is too abnormal. Many people were stupefied and felt that this was inconceivable. Little Yi is too lacking in morals. He is purposely angering others. Even Li Heishui muttered. Everyone wrongly blamed Yi Fan. He was producing the coffin of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He always felt that it had a Dao aura and wanted to use it to suppress the peerless sky peng. Dang! The mountainous divine peng was truly sucked inside. Even that true dragon couldn't escape. However, as soon as the coffin lid closed, a sky-shaking sound rang out. The peerless sky peng spread its wings and struck the sky. It immediately shattered the coffin and rushed out. That true dragon even tore apart the remaining parts of the coffin and destroyed everything. This is a peerless saint technique. You can't break it. The golden-winged little peng sneered. His mouth full of snow-white teeth appeared incomparably sinister. Dang! Yi Fan didn't reply and attacked again. The battle saint technique was ever-changing, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was difficult for him to evolve it to the extreme. The two fought a life-and-death battle. This time, it was even more intense. Saint technique against saint technique, they fought for 1,500 rounds. Even Yi Fan was in awe. He didn't expect the Sky Peng race's peerless saint technique to be so terrifying. It is comparable to Hua Yunfei's one thought to bloom flowers, sovereign descent. This is a peerless saint technique. Fortunately, he doesn't have the 10,000 transformations saint technique. The more Yi Fan fought, the more apprehensive he became. The two fought intensely and had already fought for 2,500 rounds. The red sun had already set in the west. It was even more intense than the battle with Hua Yunfei last time. This golden-winged little Peng King is indeed peerless in courage. Many people were astonished. The saint physique is also very terrifying. The two are evenly matched. There wasn't a single spectator who wasn't astonished. When everyone compared their own fighting strength with these two, there wasn't a single person who wasn't alarmed. Many people felt a chill run down their spine, and their arrogance was completely gone. In front of these people, Yi Fan couldn't use the all-secret character. He didn't want to expose his greatest trump card. However, he didn't want to waste any more time. They had already fought for almost 3,000 rounds. This was the longest battle he had fought since he came into being. And at this time, the golden-winged little Peng sneered and said, "Is this all you've got? Then I'll send you on your way." Not good, this birdman still has a peerless saint technique to use. Li Heishui cried out in alarm. Heavenly demonic slaughtering saint art, first style. The golden-winged little Peng shouted loudly. His golden hair danced chaotically as if he had turned into a heavenly demonic god. Divine light rushed into the heavens. That golden heavenly Peng became smaller and completely merged with him. He himself had become the evolution of the Tao. A vivid and lifelike golden divine Peng appeared between his brows. With a light wave, the great mountain in front of him immediately collapsed. His battle strength was astonishing. Boom! Yi Fan felt the most terrifying threat of death. He quickly retreated with a shocked expression. The opponent's battle strength had suddenly increased by several times. Heavens, it really is the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. According to legend, this is a peerless saint technique created specifically for the sake of slaughtering saints. I know. The old Peng King explored some ruins and not only obtained the true blood of the heavenly Peng, but also this peerless saint technique. Not long ago, everyone found out that the golden-winged little Peng had washed his body with the true blood of the heavenly Peng. Now, they immediately understood everything. This was a preparation for cultivating the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. Just now, Yi Fan was still rejoicing that the opponent didn't have Hua Yunfei's myriad transformation saint art. He didn't expect a peerless saint technique created for killing saints to appear. Now, he was completely forced into a corner. The battle saint technique had to be refined to the extreme. Boom! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to evolve the Taiji, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. He raised his battle strength to the extreme, and his golden blood was completely boiling. Boom! A yin fish and a yang fish hugged each other. A Taiji diagram appeared in the western part of the city, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. The entire heaven and earth were trembling. Yi Fan's hands trembled, and the yin fish and yang fish soared into the sky together. They spat out true yang and true yin, and the fish leaped into the sky like a dragon. They were refined to the extreme, each holding a diagram of the great Tao. Rumble. The battle saint technique evolved the Taiji great Tao and clashed with the first move of the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. The golden-winged little pine was immediately sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled continuously. What? The heavenly demonic slaughtering art that can kill saints was suppressed. How did the saint physique do it? The crowd was shocked.